Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Waiting for Star Jump to end. No. I need to figure out how to set it up so that I can let anyone raid me on YouTube. I just want to go use the restroom real quick. I knew I should have just waited to start the YouTube later. Let's talk about one of the reasons why you should never pay attention to spectrum drama. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. And hang out and talk. We just hang out and shoot the shit. How y'all doing? Boop, 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 boop. So those of you on YouTube, I want to hear you hear it. Are you going to come over to Twitch to get some free armor? Hey, Steve-O. I don't have a shit bucket? No. I'm not going to do this as a as a capsule, because this is just not really worth it. One view is set on your feed? Well, your feed is wrong. The biggest controversy in Star Citizen this year. Let's take a look. That Paul Shelley guy must have fallen off if it's only, Fuck. There you go. The drifts don't start. They don't start until the 20th. That's right. I'm talking about. We'll get to it. Yeah, my Twitch says 26. It'll shift because some people get ads and stuff like that, and if you're, and now it's just 35. Yeah. Okay, I was disappointed, but I downloaded the tech preview and they took it down by the time I got off work. I literally got home and found out that the tech preview was gone. If yours says 6'7", you should probably call the police because that means you have a body somewhere. Can I leave and come back if it'll help? No. It was pretty crashy. I don't doubt it. We'll talk about it here in a moment. But I also know that almost assuredly someone will claim this is proof that Star Citizen is going to fail. Look at this. I can't even run a tech preview of an experimental technology that's not going to release for another 6 to 9 months. Jackass was using AC to play interesting. That's good. Okay, but what is 6'7"? It's a reference to a rapper who said it in his rap, and I've actually done some research into it. It's police code for found a body. A 6'7" is where you find a body. And so, yeah. So it was picked up by a bunch of kids who had no idea what it bent and started saying it, because Gen Alpha, to a degree Gen Z too, but mostly Gen Alpha, their memes are nonsensical. They mean nothing. It's basically Dadaism to its extreme. A67 is random speak, yeah. Yeah, they do it on purpose to fuck with old folks. It's like you can say it to somebody else who understands that you're saying something that's nonsensical, but the old people think it's something that it's meaningful, and so you can fuck with them. It hurts my knees. It's like Gen X, guess what, chicken? No, it's more like if you were Gen X and you used a slang word that meant nothing, but your parents were convinced it was drugs. Like, you know, I'm late. I am late, early millennial. So I'm like at the edge of Gen X. And like the clueless parent sort of thing, where they're just like, they learn these slang words, and they're like, or they hear a slang word and they're like, are you doing drugs? As a Gen Zer, we kind of started the nonsense trend. Yeah, like I said, it was sort of at the beginning of Gen Z, or sort of the end of Gen Z and early, but it's a lot. Alpha tends to do it a lot more. Zennial. I was born in 87. They keep changing the fucking definition of generations, because last I heard, they've changed the definition of millennial to anyone who was born between 1984 or 1980 and 2000. Or even 2005. Basically, if you were born after the war in Iraq started, you're Gen Z. If the only president you know is Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, then you're Gen Z. If you are, if you grew up knowing those three, but also George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, you're millennial. George W. Bush. And if you know George W. Bush and Reagan, then you're Gen X. Invisible fires exist in real life. Yeah, they also exist in bugs. How is the engineering test going? I have no idea, because by the time I got home, they had removed it from the tech preview. My name was Daniel 87. Hey, you and me both, Shinobi. We're the same age. Gen Z starts. They keep changing the definitions. The original idea of millennial was that you were born in time to remember the turn of the millennium. And a lot of folks, like, there's a lot of folks who are in Gen X, or who are millennials who say I'm Gen X, and there's a lot of elder millennial, or younger millennials who say they're Gen Z. Personally, I like to classify them in terms of generations, more in terms of eras rather than trends. So, like, if you were around for Watergate, if you remember Watergate, you're probably a Gen X. If you remember the Challenger disaster, you're probably Gen X. If you know what stagflation is, you're probably Gen X. Whereas, like, you know, in terms of like early memories, as opposed to if you knew about like the Bill Clinton saxophone meme, the Gulf War, the Y2K, then you're probably a millennial. Y2K, I think, is a big one. And of course, 9/11. I think those are all millennial things. If you were born after 9/11, but you remember the 2008 housing crisis, you're probably a Gen Z. I'm at trailing edge boomer, Gen Jones, and I have a lot more in common with Gen X than boomers. But I'm telling me, okay, boomer's technically appropriate, yeah. The problem with saying generations is that this is me putting my historian hat on. Generations are made up, same with eras. They're designed as a means to help classify culture. And everyone's culture is different, so it doesn't really work. Because, like, the lost generation of Japan, that's a huge fucking generation. That's like 80, I don't remember when the economic crisis happened in Japan. It's like 85, 86 until like today. Because there's like really two eras, and for that group, it's like the post-war boom, and then the lost generation. And it's like, it's same with China. Like, China is the Great Leap Forward and like sort of the Mao generation, and then the post-Mao generation, and now like the Xi, like the like China superpower sort of thing. But then again, if you ask people in Japan will define everything by the era that they lived in, because that's their cultural landmark, and that's always been the case in Japan. And in China, it's very similar. In Europe, I assume that you'll probably hear a lot of people who talk about the Cold War versus after the Cold War. Yeah, but I mean, like, people who were born in the 90s wouldn't remember the Cold War because they were never around. Pre-EU, EU, post-EU, yeah. Like, each location's going to have a different perspective because generation is more about culture than it is about identity. Yeah, and that's another example, like flip phones or brick phones versus smartphones. How late are you? About 16 minutes. We'll have shibboleths, yeah. Now, things get a little bit more fuzzy, well, I guess more solid, I think, post 9/11. Because post 9/11 is sort of an era that was defined by the internet being widely accessible by most of the planet. Because, like, I was in high school in 9/11. So I remember broadband internet becoming very common. And I was growing up in an era where, like, memes started to become a thing. Internet culture began to sort of develop, like, pre-YouTube. Like, I remember an era pre-YouTube, which for many people don't, even if you're like Gen Z. And I feel like the internet is a huge touchstone. If I was to do anything, I would say the internet is more of a monument. It's more of a milestone in culture than anything else. Access to the internet changed how people around the world act. Because now people from completely different parts of the planet can have the same culture because they have the culture they acquired through internet access. A great example is Star Citizen. Star Citizen is a international culture. If you say Connie to somebody in China who's a Star Citizen fan, they know what you're fucking talking about. If you talk about 30Ks, they'll know what you talk about. You could have someone who doesn't speak a lick of Chinese from Germany and someone in China who doesn't speak a damn word of German, and they could communicate fairly, who both play Star Citizen, can communicate fairly well based off of just the memes of Star Citizen. Like, that's never happened before in the history of the planet. Something like that happened. And this is just a niche community, not even talking about like politics or fashion or art. Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters, another great example. I know Kilroy was here, but Kilroy was here is a distinctly United States meme. The term meme is not even it's a sociological term. I don't know if Leroy Jenkins is the first, but it's probably one of them. Icon has cheeseburger is probably the first true internet meme. Though it's not really well known by Gen Z. Chocolate Rain's up there, but I mean, Chocolate Rain was sort of like in that same era. Either Icon has cheeseburger or You're the Man Now Dog. Those are the two big ones. Cheeseburger 2007. Cheeseburger 2007? I thought it was earlier than that. So it's probably You're the Man Now Dog. That's probably the better one. Also, this community is unique. You're all a bunch of fucking nerds. And not only are you all a bunch of fucking nerds, you're all a bunch of tech nerds. So yeah, you're older, but you've been involved or dealing with or talking about tech since you were a kid, when it was legitimately a niche hobby to be involved in tech. What's going on? We're just reminiscing a little bit before we go into the Twitch drops discussion. The S, the Stutzi. Yeah. Power S. Just talk about memes. Yeah. Will I be a part of it? Everyone is going to be a part of it. I'll explain how it works here in a moment. So, this is the drops you're going to get. This armor. To celebrate the upcoming launch of Alpha 4.4, welcome to Nyx with our new first ever Twitch Drops event. From November 20th through December 3rd, tune into any Drops-enabled Star Citizen stream for a total of 4 hours to unlock the Geist Epoch armor set. A complete suit of armor and backpack, all free. It's the perfect time to jump in, explore Nyx, and gear up for adventure. Link up your RSI accounts. You link your Twitch and RSI accounts. Start earning Twitch drops. You'll need to link your Twitch account to your existing RSI account. This only takes a few minutes and ensures you earned your rewards and delivered to your hangar. Here's how you link your accounts. Go to your RSI account settings. Go to the RSI website. Log into the website. Open your account dashboard. Click Settings. Select Linked Accounts. Link your Twitch account. In your linked account settings, you'll see options such as Google and Twitch. click the Twitch button and you'll redirect you to the Twitch login page. Log into your Twitch account and authorize connection when prompted. Once linked, you can now watch any Star Citizen stream with drops enabled to start earning rewards. All right, so what are Twitch drops? Rewards you can earn by watching and participating in Twitch streams. When you link your account, your Star Citizen account, to your Twitch account and watch any eligible Star Citizen stream for 4 hours, you'll automatically unlock in-game items as rewards. Once you meet the watch time requirement, your reward will appear in Twitch inventory and can be claimed in your Star Citizen account. So you have to actually go to your Twitch inventory and select it when to accept it. For this campaign, you'll get the Epoch set, which includes Aslan Helmet, Epoch, Geist Armor, Epoch, CSP 8068L Epoch. Runs from November 20th to December 3rd, so it's going to be through all of IAE. To participate, you need to link your Twitch and RSI accounts. When you watch any Star Citizen live stream, marked drops enabled. Once you've watched for 4 hours, claim your drop on Twitch and appear in your RSI hangar. Which live streams? You can watch any Star Citizen stream on Twitch that has drops enabled to make progress towards your reward. Starting November 20th, any community streamer who chooses to opt in on the Twitch drops will be eligible to host a campaign and have their view rewards earned. So this is not a closed campaign, but yes, I was reached out to by CIG after they made this announcement saying, hey, we're doing Twitch drops. Here's how you can do it. It works the same way as any other Twitch drops. So... you go to your inventory page to figure out for that. You don't need Twitch Prime. You can unlink your accounts. No, you can only link one Twitch account. Yeah, and just make sure it's all that kind of stuff. So, because I know this community has a lot of old folk. Hi, young guy-ish here with gray hair. I'm not even 40. Twitch drops are common. They've been around for like at least 5 years now, if not more. Do streamers have to do something special to be able to be a dropper? Yes. So there is a process where, let me walk through the process, because the CIG actually sent out an email to tell us the specific ones, and I was going to share it with a bunch of people. So you go to your creator dashboard. You go to your community awards. Real quick. You go to community rewards. I think it's actually not under community rewards. It's under viewer rewards. You go to drops, and then when the option says enable drops, and it says you hit enable drops. When turned on, your followers will be alerted with in-game loot. And then I will show you this very briefly, because I don't want to like dox myself or anything like that. But to give you an idea, this is where you find it. You find it under here, under your dashboard. You enable drops, and you can see through. These are all of the things. These are all open, so I could pick any of these. So, for instance, if I wanted to do a RedSec, I could enable. It's already enabled. I already enabled for that. Star Citizen won't show up. I don't think it's here at all yet. It won't show up until later. But you'll see it, and you see like all the way down. It has all of the different options. This is when it will run until. So like these ones will run until December 6th, or they have the full length. So they haven't added it to here yet. Might be down here. Maybe past ones. Yeah, closed campaigns. So these are closed campaigns where you can get access to them, but you need to have special access. Like they have to give you these access. So for instance, all of these, I'm fairly certain I have access to because I'm a partner. So partners get some special access. And if you are there's some that are super closed, so you have to be part of their own sort of special event. But this is going to be open to all streamers. 20th of November, yeah. So like right here would be the 20th. And these are the 3 they have for 20th, but they're not here yet. So, because like you can actually set them up ahead of time, as you can see. Like it's the 13th as I'm streaming this, but you can see November 16th, November 16th, November 15th, November 14th. So some of these aren't even like live until like some of these are live today, but some of them aren't even live till tomorrow. But they're already on this list. Yeah, I think CIG's said that it won't be live until then, but will UCCs get some kind of reward? Absolutely not. Now, let me explain to you why this is a good thing. The only reason why Twitch drops have been used and utilized so effectively is they drive engagement. When you say you get this free thing by going to watch Twitch streams, people will go watch Twitch streams, which means the total number of people watching the channel category goes way up. And when it goes up, it attracts more attention. When you get more attention to the channel, to these places, it generally drives more sales. It is smart marketing. So basically, will we get something? No, but we should get more views. And more views, especially at this time of the year, means more ad revenue, which means more money. Also, possibly more subscriptions and that kind of stuff. Yeah, drops basically made Tarkov into what it is. Spooner knows. Spooner's been on other places as well. So yeah. Sell your soul to Bezos. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very easy marketing W. Yeah. A lot of AFK watching for drops these days, which is fine because it still bumps up the numbers. What's the mecha break one? Will we see any ads at the Game Awards for Squadron? I don't know, man. No idea. Yeah, Warframe came out huge with drops. New World, when it first launched, had a bunch of drops that did pretty well. Same with Space Marine. Space Marine 2 did drops. Like back in 18, 27. Yeah, that was a little bit newer. Yeah. Bumping up numbers also makes Star Citizen more visible on Twitch, which will then make Star Citizen more visible as a game.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Like, I for sure, ever
take away
we'll be doing a giveaway
game.
Starting around then. Try to put a second.
TK Rex just resubscribed for 14 months. Howdy, Paul. How goes it?
There's that 14 months of support there, TK. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, very pedestrian. This your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all, shots and cheers. How goes it? It goes okay. I am currently rushing to beat. I'm trying to get this video out, this ASD video out this weekend. So I don't know how long this stream's gonna go, but I'll try to keep it brief. Because I do need to stop and continue to edit. It's in the editing phase. It's been so in the last couple of days. It's not terrible. It's just time consuming. It's more about getting the right images, getting the right videos, making sure everything's cropped up right. So How many helmets have you gone through for all these years? Only 4. I've been doing this for over 10 years, and I've only gone through 4. I hope 4.4 is good on the 20th. You and I both know that's not going to happen, Spoon. That's not going to fucking happen. This is CIG we're talking about. 4.4 is going to release in a buggy mess. 4 is a lot. I've gone through 0. Well, see, that's just a skill issue, X. Your videos in graybox / log 0. Effectively, yeah, it's done. I got all of the audio I wanted to get. It's pretty extensive too. Like, using the context clues that were set around and the audio, I was able to put together basically the entire story of ASD fairly easily. And to give you context, there's like 6 audio pieces for ASD. There's only 3 for Lazarus. Let's see. There's like 8. 8 for ASD. Yeah, 8. 9. 9 for ASD, actually. Well, there's only 3 for Lazarus. And I used all but 1 of the audio files. To give you an idea. If CIG wanted to do something for streamers, they could have tied a sub to a drop. A few games do that now. Yeah. That Wonderful Mind? Yes, I get what you're talking about.
Dem biddies.
Hey, them
Can you
biddies.
help me with the question? Why is it that the Astropub thinks the Redeemer is the best starship in the universe?
Because you have brain damage, CM. You need to see a doctor. All right. Let's talk about the controversy. There are a lot of people who are very mad that Star Citizen is doing Twitch drops. And a lot of people are saying, actually, I think people are saying it's your fault, Spoon. I remember that. I remember people bringing you up specifically. I think it was because you came from Tarkov, right? Because people are like, there's these new streamers that are coming from Tarkov, and they did Tarkov Twitch drops, and it ruined the game. So now I'm gonna. I've fumbled back and forth on it, mostly because I don't. One of the reasons why I was a little hesitant for drops is like Star Citizen is not good right now. Like, it has to be in a good position to get drops, because drops is going to draw attention. There's a huge, like, brouhaha on Spectrum about it. CIG and Jeff Bezos made some deal? Not really. You know how easy it is to get Twitch drops enabled? You just have to contact Twitch's, like Amazon's, like Twitch's, like, there's like the Twitch department or somewhere that you can contact, just be like, hey, we'd like to do a drop campaign. And they're like, sweet, let's do some integration. I don't even think you have to pay anything. I mean, yeah, exactly. Who gives a fuck? Spectrum complained about a blowjob. Yes. People just don't like streamers. That's the answer. And Spoon, I don't know how long you've been in part of the community. I know you've been more active recently, so I don't know if you've been like a long time member of the community and then just been more active recently. But this has always been the problem. People have hated content creators, especially streamers, forever. I have been in this community streaming Star Citizen since Arena Commander first came out, and they have always complained about streamers. I still think you won last night. Yeah, you won technically, but you won. We both won because we had fun. Thank you for playing again. Played for 10 years, but only streamed this year. So you've known the community doing this shit for a while. I'm not big on streamer favoritism. Hate is a waste. As I've always said, streamers are not the enemy of the game. Streamers bring attention to the game. And if they like the game, then it brings more eyes to it, which will increase the population of it. There are plenty of streamers who come to stream Star Citizen, came in, played for like a month and left, and never been back. And there are still people who only found out about Star Citizen through those streamers who are hardcore fans of the game. I am an old man when it comes to this game. I started playing this game when I was 27 and I had brown hair. All right? Yeah, and nobody's going to stream Star Citizen for special good boy points. You stream Star Citizen because you love the game. Hell, when I had hair, yeah. The community thinks that the streamers get treated differently with favoritism, like their advice from game direction, from morphologist, eventually one morphologist answer. If that was the fucking case, then we would have had much better improved, like turret gameplay, in Star Citizen years ago. What's the drama though? People are mad that Star Citizen's getting attention. They're mad that Star Citizen is doing drops with Twitch because they don't want to go onto Twitch. Basically, they don't want to watch streamers because they don't like streamers. Star Citizen 19. I can't wait for 1.0 at retirement. Yeah, no one fucking listens to us. The only time I've ever even gotten the ear of CIG staff members is because, like, they just happened to also watch my stream before. I think it was you remember JV. I love JV, yeah. He goes back once a year, but I've been playing it for daily. Yeah. I need to get in contact with JV because I know he talked with, I think, Tomato. But I want to get him on. I want to figure out if he does it again next year. I want to get him on the captain's table after he does it to see his stuff. So. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like all you have to do is leave Twitch Twitch on mute in the background, and it's not that bad. You don't want to go to watch Twitch because you hate the creators. I don't want to watch Twitch because I dislike the company. We are not the same. Yeah, I get it. There are a lot of good YouTube-only creators still in the dark too, sadly. That has been something I have been concerned about, and I've expressed that to CIG at times, especially the community team. I've told them that you need to look at YouTube more. But I don't think they have anyone who really specializes in YouTube, and they also don't really have the bandwidth to do it. Every time I've talked to them, they've always said, there's like 6 people on the community team and they are stretched thin. Actually, Star Citizen, you save a lot of trouble by watching streamers. Yeah, typically streamers, like I said, do y'all know what Mike wants to do? Or if those of you who don't watch Salty Mike regularly may not know what his actual dream in Star Citizen is. His actual dream, legitimately, is to be the tutorial guy. He wants to make tutorials on things like how to mine most efficiently. He's an industrial player. He's an industrial player who wants to do an entire series of videos on how to play Star Citizen. Now, he may have changed since then. But that was his whole content creation dream, is to help people. Like, low sodium tutorials, no bullshit tutorials, you know? I'm just hoping they unnerf the F8C before the big event next week, at least to be somewhat comparable to other Anvil stablemate, the F7 series, especially the F7A and the F7CM. Maybe like a little slower, but not by much. I also would like to have a pony, and Peace on Earth, but I think those are probably more likely than CIG fixing the F8. Pony first, Peace on Earth second. I knew it came to the right place. Listen, the 27 Club, I am useless to anyone if I don't have a pony. I have the pony, then I can deal with Peace on Earth. But, you know, it's like, you know what they say, like, you need to take care of yourself before you take anybody else. You put your own oxygen mask on first before you help your children. What do you mean? Thing's a beast and nimble too. That's the F8A cap on. F8C's been buffed in 4.4. It's a bit better. That's good. Ashbro, I'm surprised they didn't ask you for watching YouTube stuff. You've been at this even before the Astropub. What is it, Berserker? Yeah, Berserker01. Do you think it'd be great giving them feedback and YouTube community feedback? Thank you, Blackhawk. But that would require me working for them. And while I've thought about it, it would require me to get such a degree of payment that I could no longer do the Astro Historian, the Astropub, and the Captain's Table. Which isn't a lot of money, but it's enough money that when I can use some of it to supplement my own income, it can do, because it's more than just supplementing my income. It pays for all of my equipment for like just PC stuff. So I don't have to worry about that on my own dime. So if I wanted to, say, upgrade my PC, I'd have to be able to earn it on my own rather than try to earn it through streaming stuff, because I could, justify it through that. Plus, I'm good at teaching. I'm okay at teaching, but like, I would need to be paid more money and other things than I make at teaching, which I don't think CAG can offer. For a community manager. Thank you, Blackhawk. I'll still do my best on the outside to try to help them out. Go to work for CIG and fix the lore. They keep changing it. That's not the lore team's fault. That's the design team's fault. What would you need to cover your teaching job? All right, so 89. I'm going to give you this information, and you all need to like take a deep breath before I say this, because you got to remember, I am a teacher in the United States of America. No, I have well over 10 years of experience as a teacher. In the current place I'm teaching, I've been teaching there for almost 10 years. I currently make, so at the same district for almost 10 years. I currently make $63,000 a year. It's not bad. It's fine. But I probably pay $1 to $2K a year just on supplies for myself, for my kids and such. Yeah, that's before taxes. After taxes, it's more like 60 to 58. No, 63 is actually, even in this region, is low. If I left my current district and went to another district that was nearby, I could probably make double that. Not double that, like 10K more. I'm not making 120K. It'd make like, 73 to 75. Yeah. $63 in Austin is crap. Yes, it is. To also give you context, the average starting salary for a corporate job these days with like a brand new person who's just out of college is $68K. Westlake is not its own ISD, I thought. I thought it was still part of it. It may have been Westlake has its own ISD. But no, it's like Gin, like Round Rock, Hayes, Westlake, like basically all of the counties and districts around Austin all pay like 10K over whatever you make in there. So, yeah, Leander. Tilling to do more hot tub streams, yes. How do they expect teachers to do their job on that? They don't. They expect us to go to work ourselves ragged or to quit and do something else because they don't want us to teach. I'm not going to get into politics, but it is my job, and I have Bachelor of Arts. I don't have Masters. If I had Masters, I'd be making more money, but not that much more. Masters usually makes an additional 5 to 6K, sometimes up to 10K, but usually it's like 5K. So. And to be fair, I also don't do anything special. So I don't do anything that gives me a stipend on top of that. Like sometimes if you teach specific subjects, or if you're like an ESL teacher, or if you teach like AP or, those other like advanced classes, they'll give you a stipend. Or if you're a coach, they give you a stipend. So. It's not quite as bad as it sounds because of the hours, the summer break, but the second job can suck. Yeah, it's not bad. I will only add to this because I didn't want to talk about salary more because it was more of me saying I wouldn't work at CIG because I don't think CIG could afford 63K. Because I also make more money than that. Yeah, I mean I make like $2,000 extra from streaming per year. I think the most money I've ever made is like $3,000. And that's not money made. I made like 12 to 13 to 20,000 in the past, but I spent like 18,000 of that money to go back to that kind of thing. Your dream job was to be a history teacher. You can't just be a history teacher.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my
Sorry, Blackhawk.
game.
Are there signs that we will see AI take over the teacher job? BS? Nope.
BlackhawkK_TV just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thanks so much for that 3 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Master's is mostly a stepping stone to PhD, depending on the field. Yeah. Yeah, see, like, we'll get back here in a moment, back to this stuff, but I do like my job. I wouldn't keep doing this job if I didn't like it. I'm not coming up to like 15 years as a teacher if I didn't enjoy what I do. But one of the things that's the reality of teaching is don't go into teaching if you like a subject. Go into teaching because you like to help kids. Because most of your job as a teacher isn't really to teach kids content, it's to teach them skills, both educational skills and social skills. So a lot of being a teacher is learning how to be organized and how to be a leader without being a leader. The hardest part of my job is between August and September, October. Once I get past October, and if you'll notice, my content for lore content drops the fuck off between August and October because of this. Most of my job is to make sure that kids understand the routine, that I make sure that I find the kids who need the most help, figure out how they need the most help, and if I can't get them the help they need. Once everything is set and everyone knows what they're supposed to do, then it becomes the class runs itself for the next year, for the rest of the year. And then I just have to like worry about it on an individual basis if new kids come in. Because here's the thing. Children crave structure. That sounds like bullshit, but it's totally true. Children crave structure. And this is for all of you who are parents out there, especially with young kids. Giving children structure and giving them and making them feel safe goes a long way to them trusting you. And if you can give them structure and you can make them feel comfortable and safe, they will pretty much do whatever you ask for them within reason. So it's not difficult to be a teacher if you can talk with kids, get to know them, figure out who they are, on their names, figure out what they're interested in, and, you know, try to connect the subject to them. An AI cannot fucking do any of that. That's even true of many adults. It's the truth of all humans. But like, you'd think that adults crave structure because we've been around for so long and we're just like, we just want some fun to tell us what the fuck to do. Not just on Batman Show. Your humble host, Space Bartender here at the Astropub. Space Bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. So we're talking about a couple things, but welcome to the office hours. I tend to talk about Star Citizen, lore news, and more. It's kind of a yap stream. I also go on tangents about random shit. So it's not an office hour stream without talking about it. Because someone said, hey, Paul, you should work at CIG. And I said, CIG probably can't afford me because of all the things I'd have to give up to work at CIG. I'd love to work there, but only if it's pays enough money that I could continue my lifestyle as it is. And that going into like how much money I make as a teacher, and someone said, oh, can AI replace teachers? And this is me going like, no, no. I'd like to see Chat GPT try to organize a classroom. Can CIG staff not stream? So the rules are, and it's nebulous, it's not 100% followed across the way, is that generally speaking, CIG does not want staff to stream the game. They can, but they don't want them to do it frequently. Because CIG is afraid that staff members streaming the game will represent CIG as a company, and that might impact their bottom line if someone gets mad. So like if I'm streaming and some kind of guy comes on and is a complete douchebag and I say, fuck you, get fucked, and block them and ban them, then they might take that personally, and that might be used as like, oh, CIG employee, official CIG employee tells this one player to get fucked, you know, that kind of thing. So while they can't ban you from streaming, what they will say is, we would rather you not stream Star Citizen frequently, but they're not going to stop you from streaming any other game. Jay Lee used to stream and work on art, but I don't remember it was Star Citizen related. Jay Lee was had an entire different alter ego, and he was a VTuber. Jay Lee was a VTuber. He still is, I think. I don't know I haven't seen him stream recently. Yeah, no AI cannot replace human teachers. The problem is that like the what I've heard in terms of AI replacing teachers is more like, oh, well, we can just get AI to do all of the content, and then we don't need to pay a teacher a lot of money. They can just be a babysitter. And I'm like, we don't go to school to get teaching degrees with content. We go to school to get teaching degrees. Like my class experience was on child psychology. It was on teaching techniques. It was on classroom management. It was on observing abuse. It was on the history of education. I learned a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with me making a lesson plan because that's what you do as a teacher. But people who don't understand how teaching works thinks that AI can just replace teachers and they can just put, you know, minimum wage employees in charge of children and everything will be fine. It's like, that's not how teaching works, guys. There's a reason why, like, even daycare workers make the money they do, because it is a very stressful job that requires a lot of energy, social and emotional energy, and not everyone is cut out for it. It's not fucking Walmart. No offense to my Walmart homies out there. Go unionize, please. But like, I've worked in retail. I've worked as a security guard. I've worked in restaurants. They're all very different. It requires a very different temperament to do all of those things. So you're a part-time therapist? Yes, 100%. Wax streams horror games frequently. There's an unwritten rule that none of us mention Star Citizen in his escape. Yeah, that's also true. A lot of people don't. They deal with Star Citizen so much they don't want to do it again. I think I still have my uniform. I don't know if it fits me still. I have the hat. I have my security hat somewhere. You never seen me aggressive ever. I can put on a. You haven't seen me in person. I'm like 6'1". I am big. I mean, I'm definitely overweight now. I've gained way too much weight. I gotta, lose it. But even when I'm like more fit, I'm built like a brick shithouse when it comes to it. Big shoulders. I'm tall. Anyone who's seen me in person knows I'm just a big guy. So if I want to, I can look intimidating. I'm not tall in comparison, yeah. Even substitute teaching takes that out of me some days. Yeah, it can happen. You and I are about the same height, X. So yeah, you get it. How tall is Morph? Morph is like 6'5", 6'5", 6'7", somewhere between that. It's actually kind of funny. So in the dark, especially, I can't see very well. And in college, I refused to put my glasses on because I'm a dumbass. And I don't know why I didn't wear them a lot. But of course, in the theater, I often got roped into doing a lot of jobs to help out because when you're in theater, it's the kind of thing you do. And there was a freshman showcase where my future wife was acting in, and me being a senior was helping out. I couldn't see shit. So I was just staring off in the darkness in the vague direction of where the actors were. But the way my wife tells it, this big, tall, very scary looking guy wearing all black because I was a stagehand was staring at her the entire time. She's like, does he hate me? Does he like me? What's going on? She only found out later, I can't see shit in the dark. So her first impression of me was like, who the fuck is the tall, scary, creepy guy who's staring at me across the way? And then like literally when we first actually met at the rap show, she found out she said I'm a big teddy bear kind of thing. So is Mike the short king of Star Citizen streamers? I think Mike is still pretty tall. Love is blind, so apt. Meyer's also tall, yeah. The thing is that according to Star Citizen streamers are tall. A1 is tall. Meyer is tall. Croncy is huge. Croncy is so fucking tall. He's so goddamn tall. And Morph is tall. Sigalian is a little short, yes. Zero State is only like maybe 2 inches shorter than me, maybe an inch shorter than me. He's not that short. Yeah, Board Gamer's pretty small. Paul said he could kick my dad's butt. I'm definitely not lying. I wouldn't do that. I'm sure your father is lovely. So what you're saying is when streaming, lower your camera? Zero is corn-fed, like thyself, yes. Croncy is as tall as Morph. I think he's slightly shorter than Morph, but like they're about the same height. And Croncy is, like me, a big boy. We just had a GII meet up, and Tomato is the shortest at like 6 foot. Yeah, Tomato and I are about the same height. He's a little bit shorter than me, but he's also like, he's a trunk. Like he's a tree. Like he's very wiry. Wiry. He's fine, but he's like not like me, I guess. Now you know why we call Croncy the leprechaun? Because he's 6 foot fuck you and could hit you, and it looks like he like could just like if he ran at you full speed, you would die. Croncy's a dad now. That's nice. Good to hear that. I didn't hear that. Good to hear. This is Tomato please and yeah, because she's Turkish. That's just a cultural thing about the Mediterranean folk. Once you become even as close as family to a family from the Mediterranean, you're gonna eat well. As long as they're eating, you're eating well. Token, you're fine. The thing I was surprised with is how tall streamers are. Because me being 6'1", I tend to be as tall, if not taller than most people around me. Like, you know, I would say, like at my school, for instance, in terms of the other teachers, there's probably like 10 people as tall as me, maybe 20 people, and maybe like 2 or 3 that are taller than me. And my school has a lot of teachers, hundreds of teachers. Well, hundreds of staff, I should say. Not just teachers. So I tend to be in that like upper percentage. But in Star Citizen, especially with Star Citizen streamers, I'm like average. I'm like in the mid. Francis Baby came out the week of CitizenCon. Oh. I feel like I remember that, but yeah. It'd be cool to see you in person. Well, I hope that CIG does an in-person CitizenCon at some point here in Austin, Texas. No, I'd settle for Toronto or Montreal. Sergeant streamers are all tall because they're all Air Force pilot rejects and need an outlet. No joke. When I was originally no joke. When I was younger, I actually was considering going into the Air Force Academy because like even when I was like when I was like 13 years old, I was like, I want to be an astronaut. And you know, they're like, oh yeah, okay, you want to be an astronaut. Everyone kills me. It's like, no, I want to go to space. I'm like, well, if you want to be an astronaut, the best way of doing it is going to the Air Force. So it's like, oh, okay. My uncle was an Air Force pilot. He flew F4s during Vietnam. And my aunt was also Air Force pilot. I come from a long line of Air Force pilots. My great grandfather was a World War One Army Air Corps pilot, like one of the first generation of pilots. So I was flight and stuff. So like, I come from a long line of people who like the air. And then as I got older, I'm like, this shit requires a lot of math. This is a lot of math that I'm not really good at. My aunt was a whack. I've seen you fly in Star Citizen. I never really wanted to be a pilot. I always wanted to just go to space. First time I saw one long ago crash in the T-Cube Air Base in Iraq broke my heart. Yeah. You were a crew chief on F-16? Nice. Well, my wife's family and my family are very similar. So my family, because my family either joined the military or were draft dodgers. Like my mom's side, all the way back to the Revolution, had at least one member of the family every generation fight in a war. And my dad's side literally came to the United States to avoid the Napoleonic Wars, and has done everything in their power to not be in the military at all since then. Is Perseus getting price spike? Possibly. Dodging the drafts is metal. My dad was straight up like he wasn't just anti-war. He was like almost accidentally part of the Weather Underground anti-war during Vietnam. The only reason why my grandpa avoided service in Korea was because he had my dad. And the theory is that him and my grandmother wanted to have didn't want him to go to Korea, so they had my dad. Well, it's not true because my dad was born in 49, not 50, but you know. That was the joke. And now the weather. Yeah. Your dad voted Korea because everyone wanted to play football for him. Well, the ironic part is that my I have a cousin who's still part of my dad's side of the family, who not only went to West Point, but went to West Point, graduated from West Point, immediately decided he wanted to go to Ranger school, became a Ranger, then after becoming a Ranger, volunteered because he was an engineer. He volunteered to be EOD during the Balkans because he was just like, I need to get out there. He was like his dream is like career military. He wants to be, ever since he was a kid, he wanted to be a fucking Joint Chiefs kind of guy. So every single chance he got a chance, every time he got a chance to volunteer for action, he took it. He was in Iraq like twice, Afghanistan 2 or 3 times. Yeah, like, but he volunteered for EOD there, and then afterwards he went to, he first went to Iraq, not Afghanistan, but he was with like the 7th Cavalry. I used to have a shirt that they sold with the 7th Cavalry. Volunteered to EOD during the Balkans. Fuck, yeah. Yeah, he is insane. But, you know, he's a full bird colonel now. Like, he's gonna end up as a general. I don't know if he'll end up in Joint Chiefs, but he'll end up as a general. Good luck there, Blackhawk. And again, this is from the side of the family that was like, fuck this, I am out. I am not a hint of a war, just being like skedaddle. One of my favorite stories, I am way off track here, but I'll just say this. One of my favorite stories is that my family, one of my family members lived in Nashville, Tennessee during the Civil War. And we looked up his record on what he was doing during the Civil War. He was a wagon engineer. So his job was to repair wagon wheels and spokes and stuff, that kind of thing. So when the war started, he listed his profession as repairing wagons for the Confederacy. But then when Nashville fell, he listed his profession as repairing wagons for the Union Army. My ancestors are fucking Ferengi. War is bad for business. War is good for business. Just sitting there like, God damn, capitalism runs deep in my family. Takes all sorts, I guess. I'm too risk averse for a longboard anymore. Also, for that, my colonel cousin, I have no idea what he's doing right now. Last I heard, like, 'cause that side of the family is sort of remote. I knew him when we were younger and through college and stuff like that, but. War is fun. First rule of acquisition, save thine own ass. Having saddles to rockets, probably. My great-granddad ran a fishing fleet during the Second World War. They got the news that Pearl had attacked, and his boats got out of SF Bay basically an hour before they locked the bay down. My great-granddad and granddad spent the entire war fishing off the Pacific side of South America. War story. My family lives in Tennessee. Not sure how this is a war story, but all right. The war was their personal war was how much money can they extort from the Confederate and then Union governments, which apparently was a lot. My ancestors were basically that shady mechanic where like your car breaks down and you pull them in. They're like, we're gonna have to replace the whole damn thing. It's gonna take 6 hours and cost you $4,000. But that's to the average person. Just like when someone in a uniform walks up, it's like, I would love to offer my services at an exorbitant fee. So if you're wondering why I am a smuggler in Star Citizen, that's why. All right. So we talked about Twitch drops and how Spectrum is making a huge deal about nothing, and it's silly. Talk a little bit about engineering. It sounds like defense war contractors. Yeah. You wonder why I hate and love Hurston Dynamics, and I love Castac Arms, because it speaks to me. It's just my family lineage coming out and be like, brilliant. I love it. It's art. selling both sides of a conflict guns. Brilliant. Have you seen new people smuggling missions? Yes, I have. Yeah, I've done them. Tizia Pacheco's new missions. A lot of the Dead Saints missions are just smuggling people out of Hurston, which is neat. I missed the Twitch drops discussion drama. Basically, CIG's doing Twitch drops. It's a good thing. It's going to drive some attention to Star Citizen, which is good. Because to break it down for people who came in late, Twitch does this thing where as long as you link your account with your Twitch account to, in this case, your Star Citizen account, when you're watching people play Star Citizen on Twitch between the 20th and the 3rd, so November 20th and December 3rd, as long as you watch 4 hours of Star Citizen over that time, you will get a armor set. And what this does is it will promote Star Citizen to people, because people who don't normally watch Twitch will pull up Twitch just to get the armor set, which means that the viewer count will go way up for the Star Citizen category. So thus you're going to see Star Citizen's ranking in the algorithm jump up to probably top 10 streamed games. So you're going to see, like right now I have 136 people. I will be doing a lore tour on the day it starts. So between that and the office hours I'm going to do that day, I'm going to probably be streaming 5 to 6 hours. This is pretty typical. I get like 136 to 150 people on Twitch. I would not be surprised if I got 200 to 300 people or more on that day, simply because of Twitch drops. Transport missions, or are the people frozen you smuggle out of Hurston? The people there are transport missions. You just smuggle frozen people out of Hurston. So what that's going to do is it's going to draw more attention to Star Citizen. And as it draws more attention to Star Citizen, more people will go, hey, this is a free flight. We'll go check out this game. They check out the game. They either enjoy it or don't enjoy it, but either way, you're going to have some turnover. So you're going to see a huge number of people buying the game after that because of this. And this isn't some sort of like theoretical maybe. This happens to every game that does a Twitch drop. And CIG has been talking about this for years. You think they're boosting numbers in Star Citizen for prep for Squadron 42 release? I don't doubt that this whole setup is specifically made to test out how Twitch drops work so they can understand more about them and then work through a lot of the problems for Squadron 42 releasing next year. Because when Squadron releases, I guarantee you they will do Twitch drops for Squadron for Star Citizen. So you link your Star Citizen, your RSI account to Twitch, you watch somebody playing Squadron 42, and they will give you a bunch of free shit for Star Citizen. So that Squad 42 gets a boost in the algorithm for people watching it. They have a lot to learn about drops for sure. The first thing they got to learn about is this four thing drop for 4 hours is bullshit. It needs to be 1 hour for the helmet, 2 hours for the chest piece, or 1 hour for the helmet, the shoulders, and the legs, 2 hours for the backpack, and 4 hours for the chest piece. So that way, you still get something for watching only an hour, but then as you go, you get unlock them over time. Yeah, you got to breadcrumb people. So some people will just sit there and go 4 hours straight, but then other people will go, oh, well, I can only watch for an hour or so. Then they get those things and go, ooh, piece of candy, and then move on.
You can take away my spaceship.
Yeah, sure. I'll post it to
Take
you.
away my space suit.
It's literally on the front page, though. No PPUs.
But you can never, ever.
The window is not much
win
time.
a space game.
What? All of AIE for free flight? It's the free flight time.
Trouble Magnet just resubscribed for 95 months. Man, that's a lot of months.
Yeah, that is. Holy shit. 95. Fuck. You're very word pupper, very impressed, Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, you have 2 weeks to get total of 4 hours. You don't have to sit there and watch 4 hours straight. It builds up over time. So typically, if you only watch an hour, it tracks you as an hour of watching it. It basically takes your watch time in the category with anybody who has drops enabled, and it will count up over time. I'll post it in Twitch chat as well. Also, CIG really needs to stop using armor and start. They need to start doing things like equipment and skins. I mean, it looks nice, but isn't it light armor? So I'll never wear it. Yeah, it's light armor. What's the warning inside the helmet? Warning, this toy does not provide protection. I'm sorry, warn. Yeah, base building flare. Yes, I'm gonna do Twitch drops. It's not something special that only special streamers get. Anyone who streams Star Citizen, anyone who streams can turn on Twitch drops for it. Have I tried Arc Raiders yet? No. I'm holding off on it for now. One of the things I want to do is to do a video on the lore of Arc Raiders. a lot of things I want to do this so far. The reason why I want to do lore channel, the more lore on other space and science fiction universes, is because to this date, the best video I have ever gotten in terms of performance is my complete history, or my everything you need to know about Titanfall lore, about the Titanfall universe. Pull it up. So that video, to give you context, as of the last 48 hours, has had 1,000 views. Right now, it has been out for it's been out since August 5th, 2024. So it's been out for a little over a year. It has 261,000 views. It has got me 2,000 subscribers. And its estimated revenue I have made for the last 2 years on this video alone. Now, this is over 2 years. Or over a year, not 2 years. Over a year is $3,000. Yeah. It is the biggest video I have ever done in terms of content. And what it tells me is that there is a niche market for games like Titanfall, like Battletech. I know Battletech has got a lot of other lore. From Silver Kazi Ninja, very important puppers, very impressive, Mrs. Very pedestrians. This is your fault. The return for good night. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Is there any command to check your Twitch, your drop timer? Not that I know of, Elsfer. But there is a way to the way you do it is your inventory. So in your inventory, when you go into Twitch, you go to your inventory. It'll actually tell you how many minutes you have watching for that item on the drop. So there's no command you can see right off the bat, but you can find it yourself in there. One of the original designers of the Battletech tabletop game is a member of my Monday night D&D group. Neat. Tell them I love the game and the universe they've created. I'm sure they haven't been part of that since FASA went down with the ship. I'd watch the shit out of an Art Raiders lore video. Yeah. I mean, the thing is there's no, like, explicit lore, so I have to go, like, lore hunting. And that's not really good to do if you're trying to play the game. Thank you, Trouble Magnet. Yeah, you go to twitch.tv/drop/inventory. That's where you go for that. As sources says AI through 11 Labs. We don't know what they do with 11 Labs, and the only people who say that CIG works with 11 Labs is 11 Labs. I don't think CIG's ever said it themselves. But I have a feeling that what they're doing 11 Labs for is for what is it called? Localization. Because localization is a very expensive process. So they're probably using 11 Labs as a means to localize. That just basically means translate the audio, the English audio into whatever the local language is. I'm pretty sure CIG will pay for localization for certain languages. Like I would expect a French localization, a German localization, probably a Mandarin localization, possibly a Korean localization, maybe a Japanese localization, almost certainly a Portuguese and Spanish localization, but like Squadron. But that's still like 7 different reams of actors you have to hire to do that. But like they're probably not going to do a localization for Swahili or Italian or Polish, right? Southern American, yeah. So yes, Star Citizen uses AI. It does, but not the traditional AI that people think of when they say plagiarism machine AI, which is LLMs. 11 Labs is up there though with that. That is a large language model, I believe. Unfortunately, there's nothing in my inventory. Yeah, it's because Star Citizen doesn't start the drops until November 20th. So the Star Citizen drop starts on November 20th and goes to the 3rd. Alternatively, they had Mark Hamill doing takes in Portuguese. Yeah, even for languages they want to support with voice actors, they may not have been able to get enough breadth of people for the bit parts to be distinct, and so that's one place RNC excels at. Yeah. Although we're doing Twitch doing drops here, we will do, but on the 20th. They don't start till 20th. Legit be really interested in seeing what Japanese VAs hired to Squadron 42 cast. There's having to recognize some of the names of these Sayu. I can't pronounce that, but yes. Not strictly speaking an LLM, but it's based around taking a ton of data, training a model that has overlapping concerns, or copyright, yeah. I don't believe in reading dates, Paul. November 20th versus right now, it means nothing. So are drops activated yet? No, they're not. It is currently the 13th. They will not be activated until a week from today. I haven't heard anything horrific about 11 Labs, but that makes me lump them in with generic plagiarized information system that I do with Zai and others, but I'm skeptical of LLMs as well. Generally speaking, what I've heard about 11 Labs is that they scrape a lot of data from YouTube. Like YouTube and other video sources to get the sound of things. So just like an LLM, you probably can just recreate Mark Hamill's voice without even having to feed in Mark Hamill's audio. Back in the day, I had a wild ass plan to try to improve my efficiency by getting into shorts. And what I was going to do was I was going to get an AI system, feed my voice into the system, and then it would sound like me, and then have the AI Paul read all of the scripts for shorts. And so all I had to do was write up the script and have the AI read it off and then edit it. And editing a short is very quick. It doesn't take me that long. And the writing doesn't take me that long. And neither does the audio, honestly. But the idea was that if I could cut out one of those things, then it would be easy to me to write up like 10 shorts, just have the AI version of me do it, and then put it out there. This was back when like AI voice stuff was just a novelty before all of the stuff exploded with like LLMs being plagiarism machines. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. So, Paul, it's just easier to do the talking yourself. Yeah, no, it is. They did announce they bought Michael Caine's voice, which is really weird to say. Yeah, they did. 11 Labs, yeah, knowledge. 11 Labs did. Is there a ship panel during IAE? We won't know until next week, I don't think. They'll tell us about it on their This Week in Star Citizen, the twists. Okay, so I've just run the jump tunnel from Stanton to Pyro twice, and I keep coming out in Stanton. That does happen sometimes, GQ. Sometimes you have to either like go into like a location, or you have to wait for the tunnel to close and then reopen it yourself. Is Elsa still talking? How does one make the timer running? Kind of new to the drop thing. So Elsphere, the drop doesn't start until next Thursday. But when it does, all you have to do is link your account. In fact, here you go. What you have to do, no problem, is it says it here on this, which I will give you the link to here. You can just read through that. From November 20th through December 3rd. It has the whole process. You go to your account on RSI, you link your account with, go to linked accounts, and then you link your Twitch account with RSI. Once you've done that, then all you have to do is, once it's linked, if you watch on the 20th, between the 20th and the 3rd, as long as you watch 4 hours of any content creator with drops enabled, you're good. Crafton and Square just fired a bunch of people because they want to be AI first company moving forward. I have no idea what Crafton and Square is. Is Square Enix? Okay. Yeah, I just put them in. I put both of those into the search results, and it's spat out with SK Square Company initiated the sale of its stake in the video game publisher Crafton Inc., which is valued around 270 billion won, or 195 million. That was back in April of 2024, so. Holy Disco Lando, Twitch drops. Now when is the loot crates? God, y'all. It's going to be fine. It's okay, Northern Tech Trooper. It's fine. They're a South Korean video game company. Yeah, I'm seeing it on their wiki. Oh, they made PUBG. They're the ones who made PUBG, not, Fuck. So Crafton made PUBG Studios, Bluehole Studio, Striking Distance Studios, Rising Wings, Things Flow, Unknown Worlds, who's the studio who made Subnautica, 5 Minute Lab Corporation, Neon Giant, Crafton Montreal, Tango Gameworks, Inzio that made Inzio, I think it's the same name of the game, which is like the Sims competitor. Last Epoch by 11th Hour, and they also did JoeSoft, which is Pizza Bandit. And I'm not surprised they want to go AI first, because Inzio is an AI game. Craft is a publisher, not a company. Developer, yeah. Loot crates are 2 years away. I think you would have a riot in CIG if they added loot crates. The streamer's lament of Barnum's theorem. A new viewer enters the chat every minute and asking the same question. The response to that, Jaded Cynic, is the Shelley solution to that, which is just be a teacher. That is literally my job. I teach 3 to 4 classes a day, every day. And I often, every day, I have one class, and typically I teach the same lesson 2 days in a row for between 5 and 8 classes of students of up to 30 people. So I have between 100 and 200 students asking me questions about the same thing every day, 2 days in a row for my whole life. And in some cases, because I teach the same subject for multiple years, I have had the same question asked literally thousands of times. I teach the kids to go. And if you're very lucky, sometimes it's even different people asking the same question over and over. Yeah, sometimes. So, I will say, patience, Shelley. Yes. Like, I used to think of this as like a super like egotistical thing, but like the longer I have been alive, the more people are like, Paul, you have an insane amount of patience for people. I would have already flipped out. I'm like, I guess that's one of my good features is I'm very patient, which is good if you're a teacher. I had to learn it though. Engineering tech preview for Wave 1 was released at like 6 hours ago, and as of 2 hours ago it was removed. Because it was just crashing all the time. But apparently it was working for Arena Commander for a bit. It lasted 2 hours, yeah. There's a backend issue. That typically is what happens. Yeah, AC was pretty stable, but the game it wasn't, so. Yeah, they got some telemetry data from it. We even learned from our failures. You only learn from your failures. It was okay at the start, but rapidly became unstable. Clearly network stuff. That's almost always what happens if you're talking about like a tech preview. Almost always it's a network issue if something's happening. I very rarely experienced a tech preview where the main issue wasn't just the network fucked up, even when the testing wasn't on the network. Tech preview is currently offline. Yes. It kind of confirms my theory that CIG can't really handle more than 2 environments at a time. I don't know if it's because the backend or because when they use tech previews, they usually use a legacy branch. So it's usually an older branch they use, so. But Vulkan was in the build and very stable for NVIDIA. The reason why it wasn't working for AMD is because of an AMD server issue, like an AMD driver issue. There's an issue with AMD drivers. That's not a Star Citizen thing, it's a thing with the AMD. Question, why not let the pilot access the power presets so that they can make changes quickly? Last I heard, you could do that with with single-seater ships, just not with multi-crew ships. Then again, I think you could also still access engineering from the pilot seat of single-seater ships, but just not all of the functions. The easy answer is because it's a game, and they want to make players have multi-crew. Have CIG neutered Hull C hauling contracts this patch? I keep hearing the haulers rabble. They probably moved all the Hull C contracts from local contracts, because that's the only way they worked before, to interstellar contracts. So interstellar contracts require often multiple stops to pick up and drop off, and they typically they're now not automatic. You have to like physically unload them. So it probably the same amount of money, more time, because you now have to travel further and you have to physically unload all your cargo. Things will change and evolve. Presets will probably be manageable. Yeah, they'll probably change some stuff. A lot more time with cargo unloading, yeah. No, the big 698K missions are gone. All the 698K and 711K missions have been removed. Yeah, because they moved them to interstellar missions. Do they not have anything similar in the interstellar missions? People are complaining on Reddit that the new ones are lower value, even Interstellar. Yeah, the Interstellar ones are pretty low. I think the most they're like 200 to 300K, if I remember correctly. Though I may be overestimating that, because I remember one I got was like 90K. I think Star Citizen sold more X pound D proc than any other game other than maybe Cyberpunk. What are you talking about? Also, freight elevators are kind of trash. It'll be easy to grief at external FEs. Yeah. You would think AMD would make Star Citizen a priority to make sure their drivers work, since many AMD procs have been purchased by Star Citizen players. Not only that, but they actively went out of their way to highlight Star Citizen as a game that they supported. Like when they were talking about the 9070 and 9060 XTs, they were talking about the new 9070s and 9060 like cards. One of the things they showed off was the I think it was for their upscaling, I want to say. It may have been like raw output, was like the number of frames you get in Star Citizen goes up like 30, 40 frames by just using their systems. So they were actively using Star Citizen as an advertisement. So yeah, it was in the promo. Was it FSR? You mean people getting rich with no risk are going to make less coin? Oh, no. Anyway, yeah, pretty much. Oh, I think Star Citizen more so X3D. That's what you're trying to say. You just hit, yeah, I get it. AMD is a big corp. It has many silos that do not communicate well. Former AMD employee. But fun fact, we have an AMD plant here in Austin. And our former in an apartment complex I used to live in, the one of the head, I think it was the head janitor, was retired. And he saw, I had an AMD thing laying around in my room when he came in to do some, it was janitor, he was a, like maintenance. He fixed the, fixed stuff. So he came in to like swap out some like filters or something like that in the, in my office, and saw that I had like an AMD like chipset running around. He's like, oh, you use, advanced micro designs, or what is it? It was accelerated micro. He used the full fucking name. Advanced micro devices. Yeah. He said advanced micro devices. He's like, oh, you're using advanced micro devices. And I'm like, what? How the fuck did you know the full name? And he's like, oh, I used to be a systems, I used to be the like facility manager at the plant, at the advanced micro devices plant. Like his job was maintenance for, like, head of maintenance for AMD's plant here in Austin. I was just like, I didn't think AMD employees called them by their full name, but he was an older guy. He had been retired from that for years, and so he's doing the job at the apartment complex sort of to pick up some extra cash. So yeah, I worked at AMD in Austin, also in Intel. That was just a Mopac from that was a Mopac from them. Yeah. So I should tell you, Trouble Magnet, I knew the head of like the site maintenance team, the guy who would fix your fucking light bulbs and AC stuff. I got Vulkan working with the latest AMD and Vulkan SDK. That's good. Back before AMD bought ATI. Facilities management. That's what it was. That's, I fucked the name up, but yeah. I like AMD because you can run Stream OS, as far as I know. I think you can do the same thing, but yeah. I'm not complaining about Hull C missions being nerfed. It was too easy to be a money printer. I just figured that they had removed them because they were always placeholder. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of next year they have all of the new external freight elevators for like all of the stations in Stanton as well. When are we getting Arc Raiders lore video? When they fucking add more lore to Arc Raiders. We don't know a lot. There's not a lot of information that's available for Arc Raiders yet. So once they do more lore stuff involved. Oh, the extraction shooters are Fortnite level trash. I disagree. I've always thought that the Arc Raiders approach to extraction shooters was a good idea, where they actively incentivize you to work together because the AI is so fucking OP that if you just start shooting each other in a location, you're going to attract NPCs, and those NPCs can basically one-shot you. So shooting another player is less favorable than shooting the NPCs. Yeah. That's such a good mechanic, to be honest. Yeah, that's the whole, like, that's one of the reasons why I like Arc Raiders, is that it treats the whole genre of go to this place, pick up random shit and extract. It treats it in a way that makes sense. And the design is more around survival rather than combat. Arc Raiders is also the best for solo runs. Their matchmaker even tries to put you in runs with other solos. basically griefers, PKers are essentially suicidal. It's hard mode. Like you can be a PKer, you can do it, but it's going to make your game much harder because you're going to attract a lot more of the robots. In the context of Arc Raiders, yeah, they're basically assholes. I've seen PK, but it's been a lot of RP. One of my favorites is two guys standing on a cliff. They were where they watched a firefight between the giant queen and a bunch of poor bastards. And they're like, "Did the poor bastards attack the queen?" They're like, "Oh, the clanker queen is kicking the shit out of them." And they're like, "Should we help?" And they're like, "They're dead, man. Ain't nothing you can do to stop that thing." And it's just them watching from a high as this thing just fucking ravaged these other dudes. I was like, damn, that's cinematic. Arc Raiders uses AI for their voice, though, which kind of don't like that. They've also been kind of shit on because they also want to do, like, they joked about how they could use AI to generate random guns on the fly so they don't have to hire modelers. It's like, ew. There are some early rewards for killing players, yeah. AI slop is slop. That is indeed true. That's one of the bad parts where it's like, it's clear that the design is well thought out. It's clear that there's some love put into this game, but there's also what I'm going to start calling the tech bro pitfall, which is people who are in technology are far more willing to buy into the hype of AI technologies than the average person. So when you're surrounded by people who are in technology, who deal with technology, and are like, and talk nothing but technology, AI is this next amazing thing that's going to revolutionize the world, or these tools that will change our lives. Anyone who is not directly related to tech fucking hates it because it gets into everything and we don't use it and we don't need it. More NBAs than engineers. I've seen plenty of engineers who are super hype about it. I'm sure it's not universal, but it's definitely more common than you think. I fall in the middle. I tend to say that the tools that they've developed are great tools. I've used it on my own occasionally in the past, and it's done some pretty good things. But the tools it works best for is people who already know what they're doing. So you can use it to simplify some things, to speed up process of some things. But that's like any other tool that's existed before. It's not going to replace everything. Like, I know plenty of small indie devs, like small groups of like 3 to 5 people, who have basically entirely prototyped games off of AI, using AI images for prototypes and setting up early tech with AI, so they don't have to sit there and code out a fucking video game to see if it's going to work. They don't have to put in like months of work to get something done. They can just use the technology in like 2 weeks and get something out that can give them a proof of concept to see if it works, and then take that and then refine it a little bit and then work out to see if it works or not. And then they can discard it if it doesn't work and move on to the next thing. So it saves those people a lot of money. But again, those groups of 3 to 4 devs already know how to make video games. They know what the fuck they're doing. And that's the kind of thing that happens. They have a final goal for AI. Tech bros want sex bots. I mean, there's a reason why it's called the oldest profession. All I'm going to say, tech and porn go hand in hand. The only reason why the VHS won out of the Betamax was because porn used VHS. Same with DVDs. Same with Blu-rays. Same with the internet. Sex sells, and it is the technological driver next to spaceflight. If you could combine porn and space, the porn, space, and the military in an unholy trilogy, you'd probably create utopia. It'd be a disgusting utopia, but you create a utopia. I'll be right back. Your fun bot is on.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis?
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat. 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 There you go.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Drugs.
Barcelona!
Drugs.
Barcelona!
Drugs.
Distress bacon.
Barcelona!
Drugs.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
I like money.
Barcelona!
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat. There you go.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Barcelona!
Good news, everyone.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Drugs.
Mission
by for Titanfall.
Genesis. Genesis. Freedom. Genesis. 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 Freedom. Genesis.
I love you.
Genesis.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Drugs.
Genesis.
Distress.
Woo! Turn off the fun button if you're still smashing that fun button. And why not have the crazy room? I'll be good, I promise. RE sex selling. Look, if we find a space babes with sexy variety in Alpha Centauri and hard confirm it, the Aku Overdrive gets tech demonstrated within months. Yes. I had to go use the restroom. I got some water. Jesus Christ. It goes so far back that I literally don't even see. But hear me out, cat boys. This is a side note, and I'm not going to bring it up because I know CIG won't do it. But it's one of those things that I've seen happen in like a few video games here and there, but I rarely see it in science fiction in general, which is genetic modifications. So like in science fiction, especially like space-based science fiction, the first thing that people do is like, I'm going to turn myself into an invincible cyborg. I'm gonna transfer my brain into a robot or into a computer. I'm like, I've been around tech people long enough to know that people would not transfer their consciousness into a computer. They would 100% turn themselves into a cat boy. Like, they'd give themselves a tail and ears. And it's like, no one even thinks about that in science fiction. I'm like, there's an entire subgenre of people that literally run the internet. They build the entire backbone of the internet, which, you know, gay furries. And those people are never catered to. Yeah, and given the Yort lore, it'd be such a good and then reality hit. Yeah. I 100% would, but I can't let the homies know that. Litter boxes in schools were for shootings, you twit. Oh, no, I know. Oh, I know. But again, if you wanted to cripple the U.S. infrastructure, do a terrorist act at a furry convention. Guaranteed, wipe out 50% of every major like AWS engineer. Like you'd kill AWS in a day. What to do? What? Sorry. If you wanted to cripple U.S. tech, like especially like U.S. Like server techs, like AWS and all of those sorts of online server stuff, do a terrorist attack on a furry convention. You would cripple U.S. technology for like 20 years. Or Comic-Con. Comic-Con is too broad. There's enough people there, but like the sheer concentration of very advanced, technical-minded whiz kids at any furry convention in the United States would be would be devastating to the U.S. economy. It's a joke, but given the Midwest Furfest chemical attack, there was a chemical attack? You had a couple of techies in the local area. It's not just a joke. I didn't know that. Holy shit. The internet jokes really furries do run the tech center. And they make so much money. They make so much goddamn money that it's like no one like services them. And like I find it fascinating. Being an ancient veteran of the internet, all of the different subgenres of fandom that exists, there has never been such an accumulation of wealth and weirdness combined with knowledge as that community. It's scary. There's last there have been multiple attempted chemical attacks at converted conventions. That's surprising. 8 hours today? I've only been doing it for 2 hours. Our creator's getting more work. Yeah, I figured that's because they didn't add a lot originally. So because there's not a lot of context of who we are and what we're doing in our creators, so. God damn it, IBL. I'm not even gonna say that. The furries are likely a big enough segment, but not enough to cripple it. There's an old joke about a bunch of furs on a plane going to a fur convention, and someone posted on a picture, and someone replied to it. It said, "This should be illegal to have this many this concentration of network engineers in one plane. If this plane went down, it would cripple Amazon or cripple the US tech sector." I forgot who it was. There was a famous streamer. It might have been Pirate Software, who said something to the effect of like, I don't make fun of furries because they pay $10,000 for a suit. I know they wouldn't pay more than he ended up being a furry, didn't he? Makes sense. They pay $5 for a pipe bomb, something like that. I saw that GQ. Yeah, we discovered a secluded research facility in the mountains, Stella Montis. Work to restore the tunnels has begun. We need you to pull your weight. Yeah. It was just funny because he turned out to be a furry. Yeah. If they pay $10,000 for a suit, they can hire a couple of guys to work me over with pipes for less than that. I think it was. Okay, yeah. The only thing I'm going to say about Pirate Software is that he had his big thing about how Star Citizen is Store Citizen, and everyone tried to requote that over and over again. And that was like a week before everything exploded on him, or like it was a couple months before everything exploded on him. And after that, it came out that he was good friends with one of the designers who was working on the other game that was trying to do server meshing. I always forget the fantasy MMO was trying to do server meshing, and he wanted them to beat Star Citizen. So it's like, yeah, considering everything we know about him, that 100% makes sense. Ashes of Creation, yeah. That guy actually speedran killing his career. It's the nerd instinct to double and triple down instead of just apologizing, instead of admitting you were wrong. Ashes of Creation was the name. Was the other game. It's so funny that, like, again, I'm not going to go into too detail because it's dead. Like the whole thing about him and the whole thing is dead, and he's still around, but he's much smaller than he used to be. It's so funny that the thing that killed his career wasn't any of the other shit he did. It was the fact that he roached in a WoW raid and refused to admit it, and that opened the Pandora's box of everyone trying to go after him, which is like, what the fuck.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 30 months. 07 all y'all.
Thank you so much for that. It's 30 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your father who's your drinking night. Shots, cheers, and chat. Y'all, shots and cheers. It wasn't even that he roached. It's that he could have apologized and it would have moved on, but he protects his fragile ego. Trust me. I am no stranger to the instinct to double and triple down on something when you're wrong because you don't want to be wrong. It took a lot of time for me doing content to realize that not everyone who gives you a negative comment is it represents the entirety of your audience, and B, that sometimes you're just fucking wrong. Being wrong is fine. Admitting you're wrong and being like, yeah, I fucked up, let's move on. Yeah, we were talking about that. Only because I was joking. it's a long train of thoughts, but this has not been a very Star Citizen centered office hours. To be fair, it's also the office hours before IAE, so. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like often people are saying contrary things, aren't necessarily attacking you as much as they're trying to help you. What do you think of the new Valve's new Steam machine? Will Squadron 42 Star Citizen play on it? I think Squadron will probably play on it, but probably not Squadron, not Star Citizen. Squadron will though. I'm excited for it. I think I'm going to get the controller. The Steam machine I'm definitely not going to buy because that thing is probably, let's be honest. That machine, that Steam machine is going to cost $1,200. It's just an NUC, a NUC. I don't know what that is. Speaking of IAE, does Orison normally have a Javelin tour? That's usually for Invictus. The VR headset is $2,500. Well, we don't know what it is yet. There's no prices for us to know, but yeah. Nook, Intel's mini computer format. Okay. If the VR headset goes down, because it's a wireless headset, if it goes down to like $400 with the controllers, I think it would be good. They're not going to, but well, I say $1,200 because the next Xbox was announced. That's coming out next year or the year after next, and it's going to be $1,200. But it's also going to be able to. It's a Steam machine. It can play Steam, and you can also do Game Pass and all the other things. It said it'll be cheaper than the Index. See what the Index is going for. It's probably not much. Well, the full kit for Index is $1,300. That's like $800. What do you think the Perseus will cost after release? Well, it cost like $600 before. They usually don't go up much, so I would say anywhere between $600 and $700. Hey, Velocity. My brother, I've been waiting for what? For the Perseus? It's currently $675, so yeah, $700. I can see $700. Oh yeah, no, I paid $250 for the BMM as well. Now they're $650. Yeah. $750 is my guess for Perseus. Price viable? Maybe. My guess is it'll probably be more like $715 or $725 for non-war bond, and it'll be like $700 war bond. Xbox never made Microsoft money. All right, I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound really stupid, but it's important to understand. There's this concept that I want tech and gamer bros and business folks to understand, which is called soft power. Soft power can give you a lot of influence, but it can also cost you a lot of money. A great example of soft power and how to use it properly is Google's purchase and utilization of YouTube. YouTube doesn't make them any money. It probably doesn't even break even. At best, it's a giant loss for Google. But Google is a gigantic company that doesn't need YouTube to break even or even to make a profit. But they can use YouTube as an influential leveraging tool to change culture. Politics, soft power, all over the place. Yeah. In politics, soft power is the idea that you spend money not to blow somebody up, but to build them up. And in the process, you build a trust and or dependency on you, your nation, which means that they'll turn to you more often, which means you can often wield that power to help stop wars from happening, to open up new markets, to improve relations enough so that your own people can do better. The US used to be a master at soft power. Now we're dumb, so we don't have soft power anymore. And like China used to do the same thing, where like they didn't understand soft power. They understood soft power and they decided to go wolf warrior bullshit, and then went back to soft power, and now they're back to wolf warrior bullshit. So like they jump on all over the place. But like soft power, especially when you have something as iconic in business as like a video game platform, that shit can print you money in so many different ways. Microsoft looking for a 30% profit return in Xbox Game Pass division is wild. Yeah, that's because Microsoft was trying to shut down Xbox. Basically, some fucking mid-level corporate suit, or, you know, not C-suite, but just below C-suite suit, was trying to find a way of squeezing some more profit margin out of their fucking bottom line, and saw that the Xbox division wasn't making money, so they gave them an impossible task so that they could fail at it and then go, they failed, we're going to cut them and close them down. It's like, I've seen it so many times in corporate America because nobody gives a shit about company. They only give a shit about profit. Xbox Game Pass was this huge thing. It was the Spotify of games, as you were saying. And it had the potential to be a massive soft power thing where you could control game developers to make stuff for your game or to help you out in other ways through that, leveraging that power. And you fucked it up. You fucked it up. I didn't say Twitch, even though Twitch is very similar, but that's because Twitch is doing the same thing. Twitch Amazon bought Twitch because they thought that they could turn Twitch into Steam, and it didn't work. I hate Spotify so bad for the artists. I get it, but so many people use it for convenience. YouTube is fucking awful for the creators too, but it also gives you a new platform. Nobody plans for more than a quarter ahead anymore. Yeah, that's why innovation's in the fucking toilet. Can't buy Acta Blizzard without 25 years of Xbox experience. Exactly. Because the reality is that Amazon doesn't need Twitch to make money. Because they make fuck you amounts of money anyways. They can just let Twitch chug along and losing money, and then because it's the streaming like king of the internet. So utilize it, leverage it. They already started leveraging it with like politics. Like they could easily start to use it to leverage it against the US goddamn government if they wanted to. Like fucking use it against legacy media. Like there's so many things you could do to try to bully other groups into doing things for you using it. Is it moral? No. That's life. You know, when you're a $1 billion company, you don't have to be moral. You just have to make money. People don't understand the idiosyncrasies of business at scale. No. The day and age of the megacorp. Man, back when megacorps the size of Amazon and Microsoft was just a science fiction concept in cyberpunk. It was a fucking warning. God damn it! It wasn't it wasn't a blueprint. We're gonna wrap this up here shortly. Having grown up in, and this is, I'll tie this back to Star Citizen. Having grown up in the Silicon Valley, in the Bay Area, around the tech capital of the universe, around tech people, the two things I can tell you which are bad about tech is the suits, especially the business folks. This is coming from somebody both my parents have MBAs. They both have been business people. Both my parents are small business owners, or were small business owners. My dad's dead, but like, and my mom doesn't have a business anymore. But they were small business owners, and my mom actively worked with tech people with her marketing company. So when I say suits, I mean like people who have no goddamn clue what they're doing, but think they do, and think confidence gets them 90% of the way there. And on the flip side, it's also tech people. People who are actual technologically literate are also awful prognosticators of the future. Very few tech folks that I've experienced are people who I would trust to understand and utilize concepts of business to keep businesses running. There's a reason why a lot of tech companies run by business folks fail, because they just are bad at business. We should have listened to Mike Pondsmith. Yeah, the funniest thing I've ever heard about Pondsmith was that people reached out to Pondsmith and be like, hey, so how did you predict the future? And Pondsmith said, I didn't predict shit. I was just writing about the 80s. Everything in cyberpunk, the cyberpunk, setting is just shit I was mad about in the 80s. Oh, and it's changing. It's getting worse. Even a lot of tech people can guess what's coming down the pipeline. Can't guess when it's going to matter, and the market can stay insane longer than you can stay solvent. Yeah. That's the reason why I kind of like CIG a little bit better, having been inside the entrails of the monster that is CIG. It is a very healthy balance of suit mentality and tech mentality. There isn't so much suit mentality that it gets super toxic, and there isn't so much tech mentality that it gets stupid. It's sort of a nice balance between the two. But there's often a fight internally between those two sides. And it helps that a lot of the people in the upper management have been in the tech industry for a very long time and have been in other industries as well and understand, like, hey, this is shit. The only problem is up in the guts and its guts. Yeah. It's a famous, I forget the name. Jose Marti. Jose Marti is, I think he's Cuban, but he's a famous Cuban-American journalist who was writing for American journalists before the Spanish-American War. He was a big part of yellow journalism and to have kind of like the whole thing that got America involved in the Spanish-American War. And he made a famous quote talking to other Cubans and Cuban exiles was, "I've been in the entrails of the monster. I know how it thinks." And the entrails of the monster he's referring to is America. I always thought it was a great term, the entrails of the monster. We might not get working social tools ASAP, but we're also not getting loot crates last year. We also don't get loot crates last year. Exactly. I want to be a business guy who makes sure creatives get paid, man. I'm not evil, I promise. I'm with you there. It's my raising, but also it's my culture. So as I've I think fully experienced and explained this stream, but I'm a capitalist, not in the like modern sense. I'm the kind of guy who's like I would like businesses to be able to flourish, and I love innovation and new technologies, and you know, I like money, but I also like doing things and seeing them succeed because that's cool. And then being like, hey, oh, the full quote, and this was in Spanish, is the translation. "I have lived in the monster and know its entrails. My sling is David's at this very moment. Some days ago, amid the cheers of victory in which the Cubans saluted our free departure from the mountains where the 6 men of our expedition walked for 14 days. Yeah. It was Jose Marti's last letter. The only thing that makes me hesitate with my capitalist beliefs is the fact that I'm also an economist. So understanding economics makes me go, ooh, that's not good. That's not a good idea. There's a lot of bad ideas here. Yeah, I don't like it. Jose Marti, he's dead. I mean, he's been dead for a while. That was like early, like late 19th century. I don't think he didn't live very long. I don't remember exactly what happened to him, but his whole idea was, his whole like belief was that you could tame the beast. You could ride Cthulhu. Effectively. You know, he saw America like an H.P. Lovecraft monster. This sort of unknowing behemoth that does not give a fuck about you or anything you love. But if you could use its power to get what you wanted, you might be able to survive by wielding it properly. Riding Cthulhu seems like bad for your health. Exactly. Ride Cthulhu? Yeah, like control Cthulhu or direct Cthulhu. In college, I did a couple classes in Latin American history and actually worked as an intern for a Latin American history professor. So I learned a lot about Latin American history in college. And one of the classes I took, it was on, they talked about Jose Marti. So. Historically, have not all capitalist societies failed miserably? Historically, all communist societies have failed miserably. Same with all feudal societies and mercantile societies. Like every society has failed. That's kind of the whole thing about economics, is that it's an evolutionary study, not one of stagnation. It's why whenever I see someone preaching like straight up capitalism or communism or whatever, I'm like, you're dumb. Like this is not how economics works. You have to treat economics and economic systems the same way you would treat psychology, the study of psychology. It's an evolution where ideas can get us in the right direction, but they're not dogma. When you start treating them like dogma, they stop working properly. Socialism seems like a workable compromise between communism and capitalism. And if and when it fully gets implemented in a place like the United States, there will eventually find its limits. It'll eventually find the break point. And then you'll have to invent a new system out of what we know in order to fix that. That's just the reality. Corporations aren't evil. They're monsters, but monsters aren't evil. They're just forces of nature you need to tame. They're not people. They're not your friends. They're just things that exist. Now I'm getting way off track here. But I think there are some themes in Star Citizen which are obviously critiques of modern life. And one of the things that's important to remember, same as in the UEE, as in pretty much every Western mixed economy, because the reality is, dear viewer, we do not live, if you are anywhere on the planet, pretty much, watching this, you do not live in a communist society or a capitalist society. You live in a mixed economy. And the mixed economy is got major problems. It's sort of like socialism, but it's basically however much socialism you want or communism you want, and market and command and all that kind of stuff. It's sort of just a big melting pot of all different ideas. And the reason why why it's used, it's because it's successful. It's successful enough that pretty much every country uses it. The problem is that every country in the world is facing the same issue, which is the idea of the mixed economy stems from Keynesian economics. That's its origin point. The problem with Keynesian economics is that no one does Keynesian economics.
The evil tactics just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs there, Evil Tactics. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers to y'all. Shots and cheers. Woo! Collectivism slider. Yeah, pretty much. Keynesian economics as its basis requires you, when the good times are rolling, you hike taxes and slash government funding. And then when you have the bubble and it pops and everything gets bad, you spend like crazy, drop interest rates, and like just get people to get back to work. Pay people to dig holes and fill them back in. Do whatever you can. The problem with Keynesian economics in practice is nobody wants to raise taxes and slash funding for programs when good times are happening. Nobody does. Ever. Because, especially in democracies, when you're like, oh, the economy is doing great, what should we do? Raise interest rates, shut down all of these programs that have existed to help people, and increase taxes on everyone across the board. Yeah, you're going to lose your fucking job very quickly. Thank you, Evil Tactics. Love the show. We can't wait for more lore videos. And because no one can do that, what you have is just people will spend, governments will spend. And as a result, you have these massive debts that pile up. These massive debts, or governmental debts, which will eventually explode and ruin the economy of the country anyways. Yeah, so the opposite of what's happening for the past 16 years. Yeah, basically. And that's a universal problem. It's not just an American problem, it's a problem with the mixed economies. And ironically, or not ironically, because Star Citizen is fiction, and as all good science fiction is a reflection of its time that it's written, the UEE is experiencing the exact same problem. The UEE is currently fighting a war against the Vanduul, in which it is spending like a drunken sailor on shore leave. It is fucking spending like crazy with money it doesn't have. As a result, it's reached the point where they can't fund everything, but they can't borrow money. So they're just cutting programs. And those cutting programs has caused internal strife, where players are brought in to deal with a problem that would beforehand been dealt with some sort of government agency or government force. In short, folks at mass don't take the long view. Instead, they hyper-focus on the extreme short view. Well, it also doesn't help that the people you need to raise the taxes on and like the people you would need to do the things you need to do for Keynesian economics to work are the people who have the most political capital, the rich class. And the other problem is that all the programs that were designed to help the poor class, if you cut those, it will fuck over the poor class. So effectively, every class of society will hate you for doing that. And because every class of society hates you, you end up losing votes, you know? Well, when wealth is consolidated into small percentages of the population, you can't tax them to the point of running the government when they sponsor and buy the government. Yeah. Yeah, but doesn't it all run on the interest payments of a country level debt that is totally unpayable by design? Yeah, but it also relies, the continuing existence of it requires, if you can't bring the spending into balance or increase spending or increase savings, increase revenue and decrease costs, then you can't pay back that money. And eventually people won't buy your debt. Because if they can't buy your debt, why would they buy their debt if they don't think you could pay it back? That's I'm saying that. That's exactly why capitalist societies fall. The rich get richer till the poor fight back. And it's not as glorious as you would think. When shit gets so bad that you have a revolution, if you look at every revolution in the history of the world, they never end well. The American Revolution isn't a revolution. It was sort of a independence war, not a revolution. Real revolutions, legitimate revolutions. A lot of people die. Most people who have nothing to do with the conflict. And the series of failed governments that get instituted afterwards usually ends up in a dictatorship, which usually ends up in failure and then eventually possible stabilization. But after, 50 years of destruction. French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, you name it, it causes a lot of strife and hardship. Revolutionaries become bad politicians. Yeah. So this is my Cassandra screaming into the dark, which is nobody fucking studies humanities, so nobody knows these things except for historians and sociologists, but no one fucking listens to us because fuck us. Which is that sort of thing should convince the rich to pay a little bit so they don't die or just have all their assets become useless. And it should convince the poor populations that violence doesn't solve your problems. It's just going to make everything worse. The problem is that it either the rich don't pay attention and the poor get mad and do it anyways, or the rich pay attention that the poor pay attention and the rich don't, and things get bad worse even then. Yeah, also outside socialists are less likely to buy a country's debt if the country itself is actively isolates itself and tries to bully recently allies and friends. Yeah. And again, Star Citizen is a reflection of reality, just like all science fiction is a reflection of the society it's created in. The current situation in the UEE is that there are two stratified classes, possibly three. I'm not going to get all fucking marks in here, but you've got the citizen class and you have the civilian class. The citizen class has no incentive to give a fuck about the civilian class. And the civilian class, while technically has an option to become citizen class, rarely does unless they put their own bodies on the line. And the growing divide between the power and wealth of a citizen class versus the civilian class is likely going to end up in revolution or violence. In short, death of the UEE, hail Elson. Yeah. Why am I talking about Robespierre now? Twitch drops turn to socialism. You know it, baby. Welcome to the Astro Pub. There's a reason why I call myself the Astro Historian, and it's not because I thought it was neat It's because I am legitimately a historian. It's kind of stuff I think about all the time. Whenever I look at like a lore of a series, I often look at it in terms of the context of its lore in terms of what it's trying to pull from. Because all good lore world building is built off of inspirations from the real world. And Star Citizen does that routinely. It's one of the reasons why I'm so fascinated by it. Kind of sounds like the Starship Troopers book. Sort of, though the citizen class was never, or the civilian class was never really mistreated in the Starship Troopers book. In Star Citizen, the civilian class is heavily neglected. Our Twitch drops. Yeah. But then you have the people like the People's Alliance. The People's Alliance are well-meaning but ineffectual. They'll never overthrow the UEE. They're gonna get their fucking faces punched in by the UEE, probably. People build references in their world building to appeal to things that audience knows and understands and are more comfortable with. Yeah. It's just a natural thing. It's one of the reasons why I've always said politics isn't everything. Because your perception of reality is politics, and you, whether you realize that or not, especially if you're a writer, will internalize that and extrapolate that onto everything you do. Video game designers are not immune to it either. The thing that I want to see, that I think would be the most interesting gameplay mechanic in terms of storytelling, is it would be terrible for the people of the UEE, but is the balkanization of the UEE, where regions of UEE space become their own mini empires. Turn the Roman Empire into the Holy Roman Empire. By the way, do you know anything about the rumors the NPCs talk about Levski about a UE invasion of Nyx? So the UEE has always been antagonistic towards Nyx. Well, it's more like the People's Alliance have always been antagonistic to the UEE. The UE, it's that like, let me put this up. To understand the relationship between the UEE and the People's Alliance, let me give you one of the best monologues in movie history. That is the relationship between the UEE and the People's Alliance. By the way, that's the Street Fighter movie. Iconic. That was his last role, too. It was such a, he did such a good job with that. Chewed the fucking scenery out of that. Why am I blanking on his name? Raul Julia, yeah. The original Gomez Adams.
Dem biddies.
Mr. Adams is not the same without Morticia.
Yeah, he becomes an evil tyrant. Came from Puerto Rico. Oh, nice. Not the original, but it is magnificent at Gomez. Oh, well, I mean, I remember him as Gomez Adams. Was he Gomez Adams in the movies? Is that what I'm thinking? Yeah, that's what I remember, yeah. He's probably the most iconic of the Gomez Adams. John Ashton was the original. Sean Astin's father. I didn't know that. Nice. Now I want to watch the Street Fighter anime. Thanks, Paul. My point being, that whole you killed my friend. Do you have any idea how little that narrows things down? That for me it was Tuesday. That's the UEE with the People's Alliance. The People's Alliance wants to believe they're fighting the valiant fight against the tyrannical UEE. And the UEE is like, I don't even know who you are. Or at best, they're like, oh, you're the little pissant. It pisses me off every so often. Do you think we're getting anything for Aegis Day at IAE? I don't know. If I remember correctly, the story of Raul Julia doing that movie was because one of his kids, or one of his grandkids, was a huge fan of the video game. And they wanted to, and when he had the chance to do it, he's like, you gotta do it. He's like, I'll do it for my kids. I'll do it for the kids. Something like that. He's just that kind of actor. Did you see that the Galactic now says PL may pursue additional settlements in the world if the procedure is successful? Yeah. We love when actors do serious roles in underfunded movies for their family. The iconic version of that is, of course, Nicolas Cage in anything he does. Because, but it has nothing to do with his family. It has everything to do with his crippling nerd habit. I really want CIG to get Nick Cage into one of the squadron, or just get him as a mission giver in Star Citizen, because he would get super into that shit. Cage isn't just a Coppola; he's a nerd Coppola. Like, you know how he got his stage name, right? Well, sort of, yeah. Yeah, Luke Cage, the comic book character. He's a gigantic nerd. Like a super nerd. Man, Nick Cage as like a human pirate. Oh, I know perfect. I know the perfect role for Nick Cage. He's the leader of the syndicate, of the council. Nick Cage as the head of the council. Think of it, chat. Think of it. The leader of the evil organization of Star Citizen, or the outlaw organization of Star Citizen. He would ham the fuck out of it. He's still working, right? Yeah, he's still working. I don't know if he likes it though, yeah. He would eat the entire space station. Yeah. That's the sort of role that would get his attention. I think so, yeah. The last mission giver we're supposed to get it. Was that at Grimax? Yeah. And you just like you just come up to him, and you reach the peak of the council storyline. He asks you for a favor, alone, to discuss the details. You have to approach the council, and he's the head of the council. He's like, approach the council, and then like, oh man, fuck yeah. There's the rub. He had 2 lifelong goals: Superman and Dracula. He got the second, and it was on a project for the first and failed in pre-production. I watched it. It was okay. I liked Renfield. It was good. Paul, unsure if you're into Fallout, but did you see the Macaulay Culkin is the new season of Fallout show? I'm not sure if you're into Fallout. I love Fallout lore, man. Yeah, I did. I saw that Macaulay Culkin is a Legion officer of some kind. He wants you to steal the Declaration of Independence. Oh. He might be... I could see him being Caesar's replacement. What role would you give Keanu, and how would he end up meeting Nick Cage? Keanu would be the second mission to last mission giver in the council storyline. He would be the unassuming ship captain that you work with, who is secretly the like number 2 guy on the council. As like your outlaw mentor. I'd give him sort of like the old wizened mentor, the Yoda role. The council's head enforcer. Yeah, but like a zen as fuck dude, This determines if you're real fight Kaiser. But that's not a Fallout fan. I'm also, my wife's a classicist. I know the hard C rule. I mean, there's so many other things. Tunnel snakes rule. I know who the fucking abologists are. I know who the Zetans are. Did you go over the changes to Nick's 1 lore? We should look at that. By the way, I'm not going to be doing a system survey of Nick's, even though 4.4 is coming out soon, because we don't know what's going to look like, what Nick's 1 and Nick's 2 and Nick's 3 are going to look like, and they're not technically in the game yet. So I'm not going to give a full system survey breakdown until the entire system is done. So they updated the lore for the Galactopedia and for the Galactic Guide. They changed the lore every other day. Honestly, I'm excited for the new season. It looks good, so good. The vibe at this is on point. I like the first season. The first season was great. No, so the IBL, the reason why I'm not going to do it is because there are two ways to do it. Drop it right before 4.4 releases, which I don't have time to do. Or drop it when all of the planets release. So that way, when I release it with the planets, it's A, the most up-to-date it will be, and B, it is a, it will release when the hype of all the planets come in. In Latin, the C's are hard K, not soft S. So Kaisar is more correct spelling than the pronunciation. Yes. So like Cicero is Cicero. The other thing is V's are W's in Latin. So it's not Veni Vini Vici or Vici. Vici. It's Weni Winnie Wiki. It's just so funny once I learned that, when I was learning Latin, when I learned that, I'm like, Cicero, which is such a fucking funny name. It's like, instead of like, Marcus Julius Cicero, it's like Marcus Julius Cicero. It sounds like such a cute little fuck name. All right. Yeah, it's J is Y, Julius. Which is the reason why in Spanish, J has a similar, it's like an H sound. Spanish, French, and Italian all have similar sort of borrowed rules from Latin because of that. Next one is a Coreless planet that orbits the closest to the sun in the Nick system. Once considered impossible to terraform due to the presence of irremovable chemicals in its atmosphere. Next one has been in the process of terraformation since Standard Earth year 2954. Thanks to a new type of technology developed by Genesis Terraforming. The governing body of the People's Alliance has stated that they may pursue additional settlements in the world if the procedure is successful. Now, they've also mentioned that this process is not actually authorized by the People's Alliance, but they're letting it happen anyways for some reason, which tells me that it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It gets back to that whole sort of power projection thing. If a experimental company can come in and just fuck up one of your planets without you saying anything, it looks bad. Makes you look weak. if they started coming in and terraforming and you came in and said, hey, fuck you, ask for permission, and maybe we'll do this, then they could get away with it, but, you know. Oh, right. So it didn't start this year, it started last year. Technically in lore. So yeah, it would be 2 years, which is half the time of a fast terraformation. So, you know. CIG doesn't know how to write. All right, I'll argue this. CIG knows how to write. However, they're trying to make the best of a bad situation. I think they're bungling it pretty hard in terms of narrative, but they could recover it if they're careful. So you can't terraform the planet in a year? No, because this would take 2 years. It's been doing it since 2954, so it would be 2 years, which I think the fastest terraformation I've ever heard of was 5 years. That sounds like Cope, brother. Seriously? What do you mean? I just said that they're bungling it and they could recover it, but I don't think so. I don't know how that's Cope. And this is that they don't know how to write. It's not their fault, is what I'm trying to say. They've been given a shit hand and they've got to figure out how to make it work. Yeah, CIG can write, but even a good writer would have writing their way out of this catch-22. This was not something that the writers set out to do. This was a job they were handed to do by the management because they needed to get Nyx 1 to be terraformed, even though it wasn't terraformed before. So it's basically just your boss comes in and says, this is a situation, right around it. It's like, well, fuck me, I guess. I read comics. We get a lot of retcons and comics. This isn't really a retcon, because a retcon would be saying, well, this actually happened in here. What we're seeing is evolution, because if you actually look at most of the systems in Star Citizen, most of the systems in Star Citizen are very, very vague. The best you get is the type of star it is, and the number of planets it has, and sometimes you get if they're terraformed or not. And then you get a couple of, like, thematic points to it. Hadrian, for instance, has a ice giant and 2 gas giants. So it doesn't have any landable planets. But it does have a fuck ton of space stations because it didn't have a landable planet. They built a shit ton of space stations because it was like Castra. It was a fallback position on the Perry line. So instead of, because they didn't have a planet to build a giant fucking, fuck you cannon fortress on, they decided to build a fuck ton of stations with fuck you cannons on them. But since the end of the Cold War, they've abandoned a bunch of those stations. So a plucky entrepreneur took a bunch of those abandoned stations, pulled them together, and created a Banu-style flotilla out of stations and called it Keltu Reef. He called it Keltu, which is the Banu word for reef. But every time they would say, oh, Keltu, what does that mean? She would say reef. Keltu means reef. People would say, oh, Keltu Reef. And so basically became the name Keltu Reef, which is why if you hear me say reef, it's a joke, because it literally, Keltu Reef is just reef, is what it's called. Explain Wicklow not having a Suli. He's retired. So why would he have a Suli if he's retired? Explain them not knowing that the Vanduul clan is attacking. Vanduul don't have consistent behavior. They don't necessarily attack at logical frequencies. They sometimes just attack randomly. But Vega hasn't been attacked at all for hundreds of years, despite being on the border of Vanduul space for hundreds of years, beyond a couple of raids, and then fucking the attack on Vega 3 happens. It's something that happens all the time with the Vanduul. Explain the region crisis. Or you're talking about like the writers. You're saying the writers have to do that. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, like chai tea, exactly. They don't have a Sully that he used to be in, Paul. Yeah, they don't need it though. He was just an engineering Sully. Because I think they even said he was like an engineering Sully. Because he's an engineer. That's it. The thing about saying, oh, well, it's this specific Sully, it's like Sullys can and do die with their Essa Sully. So whatever Sully he was a part of, it's likely doesn't exist anymore. Sullys aren't like these companies that are like multinational that exist for thousands of years. They can like be as huge as a megacorp and fail in 2 days and just disappear. He doesn't have a character background. He doesn't need any character background. Like, if you met somebody, random person on the street, or you like, I'll ask you this, Velocity, how many of the people you've worked for, do you know their entire work history? You can't go. The wiki doesn't need a character background and give a fuck about the next one. Terraform, in my opinion, I disagree. There's a completely different version of this dude gives you a job to do. You do it, and he gives you things. Here's some light sprinklings of what he does, because they have some idea of what he wants, what he is, and his characterization and what he's done in the past. But Nyx 1 isn't a character; it's a place. And its place has a huge impact in the lore. Yeah, IBL, I know you're kind of new here, but if you're going to say like CIG did mass firings, you're going to have some sort of evidence for that. And you've been around long enough to know the move to the UK was cleaning house? No. The move to the UK... All right, let's deal with this one. The move to the UK is because CIG had been for years trying to move everyone to the UK. Because they built this giant studio and they were trying to keep as many people in there as possible. LA was always a small team. And ever since everything really moved to the UK, the LA team was becoming less and less valuable. It was mostly legacy people who'd been there forever, and it was super expensive. It was a cost-saving measure of anything, and pretty much like a vast majority of the people who worked at LA still work at CIG. They just moved to either Austin or the UK. That's why like Jared went there, but Jared went to the UK. What, 3 years, 4 years before they closed down the LA studio? They've been trying to do that for many years. They got tax benefits from the UK, yeah. I disagree with you fundamentally from a place of storytelling. Them not having background for a wiki or a Vanduul clan is symptom of Nyx 1 being poorly written. It doesn't matter if it's new. I don't disagree with you. I think that is a symptom of the problem of Nyx 1. But I don't agree that you need to know what Vanduul clan is because they can come up with that later. Like 3 years, yeah. Austin's their oldest location. Yeah, it's because there's twofold with Austin. Number one, pretty much every company that does any sort of online game in the United States has an Austin office, just because of it's where you get a lot of technically minded folks. And the people who work on the people who work on the server technology at the Austin office are fucking black magic wizards whom CIG could never replace. These people are so insanely good that CIG is keeping partially keeping Austin open simply because they can't lose them. Then they should say, you'll find out at a later date, not, we didn't write that because we don't think it matters, or there isn't a specific clan attacking Nyx. That's just bad communication, Velocity. What you're saying is something that everyone knows, that CIG is bad at communicating things. Austin, I think partially the economy team is UK. Austin is their platform team. So like their research team, the people who deal with the website, the people who do with all of the sales, all that kind of stuff. If you have to lose one office, Austin or Montreal, either one would be a huge blow to the company. Montreal has become a huge portion of the game team. They wouldn't lose either. No. So Montreal does part of the website, but the team that does all the back end work for the new sales and stuff like that, the people who like the guy who runs Spectrum, the people who run Spectrum like Knight Rider, is Austin team. Proxys, who's like the core of keeping the current website running and updated, is Austin. Wikipedia, the guy who does a lot of those announcements on Spectrum and stuff like that, he's part of the player retention, the player information team, the player experience team. And he's in Austin. C Daddy is also works for the Austin office. Yes. Austin team has Maya, like Gandalf. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it has Ahmed. It has Ahmed. Bearded and Ahmed work in the Austin office. Asian Wise Wizards. Yeah. Mainly sales. I don't know what CSR is, but customer service. Yeah, it does have customer service. It has some sales, but a lot of that is also UK. I'm sure every office has some sales in it. But no, the people like I know who work in Austin, a lot of them are website focused. They're platform focused. Is what they're all called. They are. Yeah, you probably never heard of Ahmed unless you've been around for a long time. Effectively, a lot of the tech, Montreal does a lot of the development. And then when it gets to actually be put into the game, it goes to Austin. And Austin then puts all of that back-end tech stuff into the game and does all the testing and keeps everything running and all that kind of stuff. Like Bearded and Ahmed were the guys who stayed up to physically reset servers when they needed to be reset during some of those times before they had an automated system. And then they help build out the automated systems to support it. So you can think of Montreal as more of the the development studio for a lot of the online stuff, like the website and the game itself, like the back end. But Austin is the implementation studio of that. Yeah, so like I'm sure Ahmed and Bearded had some input on server meshing and dynamic server meshing, but that's the team mostly in Montreal who are working on that. I guess some Frankfurt. Yeah, the production ops. Yeah. So basically, like both of them are vital. Montreal will build things for the game, but for you to get them in the game, you have to go through Austin. Like literally, I think 4.0 was it 4.0 or 3.0? One of the patches was launched by Proxys while he was getting his COVID shot. So he was getting his COVID shot and he decided they thought it would be funny if he hit the go button while he was doing that, you know. I see your side, but at the same time, when people who I literally made an account today are questioning it makes me angry. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? We're talking about the all right, so let me explain to you the problem with Star Citizen's approach to lore making as it exists. This is something we need to fundamentally understand about game development. Writers do not make games. Game developers make games. The goal of a writer and a narrative developer is to work with the developers themselves, the people who are making the game, to craft a story. And as a result, good narrative designers have all got the kind of the same thing in mind. And remember, while the lead narrative design, Dave Haddock, hasn't done this before, the people he's hired have all done this in games before. One of them worked for Santa Monica Studios, Sony Santa Monica, on the original God of War series, for instance. So the point of a narrative designer and a narrative team in a game like Star Citizen is to fill in the blanks of the development team themselves. The thing that made Star Citizen unique was that they have a good, solid backbone for story, but everything else has been very loose because they knew intentionally, generally speaking, these are the things we want. We're going to keep it very vague so that when we actually get to developing these specific parts of the game, we can come up with an explanation for why it's there. That was intentionally done so that they wouldn't have to make a bunch of retcons, but they could keep some coherency as things go. That has been their approach, and that is a very common approach to games, though typically you don't see a lot of this narrative stuff when they're doing it, because often they throw things away and put things back in, all kind of stuff. So the problem with this approach is that it's reactive rather than proactive. So if you're not careful and you don't have a lore Bible, which CIG doesn't have, to be honest, my fucking videos are probably the closest thing CIG has to a coherent lore story. And I'm not even joking. The problem with not having a lore Bible is that they're going to come up with things that sound cool, but are dumb as shit. And once they've implemented it, they have to then work around it to make it work. No, I was talking to Velocity about this. Nick's system is a symptom of this. And I think the biggest problem with Nick's is, in my opinion, this is not any facts proven, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the case. Narrative and the mission design team and the economy team and the gameplay teams, all of them together have been working real hard to merge their consciousness into one. By their powers combined, they have Captain Star Citizen, right? They have the game. And this entire year has been about them learning how to work together, learning how to talk to each other, learning what works and what doesn't work. And so mid this year, they're like, all right, we got a better idea of what we're doing. We know the technology we need to do. We know how to talk with each other. We know where the narrative needs to go. And ironically, like, good narrative designers, from what I've heard from like just social media and talk to people, good gameplay narrative designers are some of the best collaborators in the fucking world. Like they are so nice to people and they're really good at like working in ideas. They're really dynamic folks. So they're really good at sort of taking hits and moving along with it. But they came up with this idea. So they came up with an entire storyline for 2026 because it takes time to write and to negotiate and talk with people. And then in, my guess would be like August or September, the entire management team said, hey, we got Genesis working. Next one's going to be terraformed. So now, with 2 months, they got to make it make sense. So that's the problem. That's the problem with Nyx. Is it's them now having to solve a problem that was presented to them after they had already built out an entire storyline that they were going to do for 2026. But my plot, exactly. Can't say how much I've loved your content. Just set up soon to start playing individual with your videos, to start digging since she digs the universe lore. The thing is that, like any writer, I almost guarantee you the writers at CIG have an idea for everything. They kind of know how everything puts together in their head, but they haven't fully put it together because they don't know what the developers are going to do. Because sometimes they'll take something and say, we're going to change how we think the death of a spaceman is going to be. Here's fucking regen. And they just threw it at our faces. Luckily, with regen, they had like years to work out the kinks of regen and the storyline to actually tell it. With this, they got 6 months to write a story about Nyx 1. I wouldn't be surprised if most of this shit is like draft 2 of the story. Like these changes are like coming fast and loose. Yeah, it's cool to see those and the robot prosthetics. Yeah, it's been pretty cool to see those. I've said it to death is the reason why Nyx 1 doesn't work. But every time they do this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, CIG? Oh my fucking God, what the fuck are you doing? Because here's the thing. All right, let me do this. So, Galactic God Nyx system. This was updated recently, November 11th, 2025. Nix 1. All right, so we'll go through Nix 1 to explain this. And this is why things get a little bad. When it was first discovered, Nix 1 was a coreless, heat-swept world that was a poor colonization candidate. While Nix 1 is not technically a smog planet, it had the atmospheric laced with the very same gases that had continually blocked corporations from successfully terraforming such worlds. So, smog planets have been a problem. They have been unable, like Venusian worlds, for instance, is basically. Venusian worlds, they cannot terraform for whatever reason. That's been consistent throughout the lore. What this is saying is, while Nix 1 wasn't a Venusian world, it was close to a Venusian world. So, it has similar problems. However, when a routine survey revealed the presence of high-grade metals beneath the planet's surface, multiple companies threw caution to the wind and tried their hands at terraforming Nix 1 into a friendlier place. But no matter what anyone tried, the technology at the time failed and the atmosphere remained stubbornly poisonous. In spite of the dangerous conditions, numerous mining operations set up shop in Nix 1 when they got the word that the loot had been found there, and within 50 Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome everyone from Mr. Frotog. Stream, my name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Your space bartending universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Can we just, IBL and Jaded, can y'all just chill out, whatever you're doing? Let's continue. In spite of the dangerous conditions, numerous mining operations set up shop in Nix 1 when they got word. Oh, by the way, sorry about that. I just been my brain's out of that. Mr. Frotog, how you doing? What you been up to? What were you doing? We're talking about Nix 1. For those of you who don't know, I got a problem with Nix. I do a lot of my name is Paul Shelley. This is the Astropub, but I also run a channel called the Astro Historian, which is my lore channel, and I've been very vocal about why I think the lore for Nix 1 doesn't fucking work. And every time they've tried to explain more of it, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. And it makes it worse. So, do you think we'll ever get another chance at some of these events? They seem to be a waste of events at this point. Probably not. Grinding rep for Nix and trying to get the Vandal missions completed after many features. Many features. Yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah, they reuse a lot of the events, a lot of the missions from the events. So. Oh man, I will say your videos make kind of groan at how much people blindly throw themselves at behind headhunters. They're so mid. I can't think of a better word for them with it. That they're kind of mid. Like the problem is they're not the most interesting faction in Pyro, but CIG makes them the only faction we can work with. For my 40k fans, they are the Cadians or the Ultramarines of Pyro. They are the bog standard pirate. Outlaw faction. It's like, they work. They work until I can get more interesting ones. There are no interesting factions. I disagree. The Fire Rats are fucking great. The Moraine are fucking great. The Overlords are fucking great. Let's see. Even the Rough and Ready is pretty cool. The Dead Saints are getting pretty cool already. I will not take this Cadian slander. I have an entire Cadian army, all right? I love the Cadians, but without understanding the deep lore of the Cadians, they are the just slop poster boys that most people can't understand a bit. That's the thing. That's the problem, is you can't interact with any of them. Later, one Blue Samo. I don't understand the fire rats. Fire in a space station on purpose makes no sense to me. How are they breathing? I don't know. It's a big station. Maybe they can breathe carbon monoxide. Using O2 scrubbers. I don't know. There's someone going on about how they changed the description of the Overlord's armor because they were going to recon the entire faction. No idea. Need to learn more. I haven't heard of it, no. Big scrubbers. Really big, yeah. Anyways, let's keep reading this so I can explain why this kind of doesn't work. Nobody said the Fire Rats are the most rational or intelligent faction. Not even the Fire Rats would say that. The Fire Rats worship the sun like it's an eldritch abomination. They believe the sun is effectively one of the old ones that will save them. They envy the people who die from being exposed to solar radiation, because they have been cleansed and get to go to heaven. If you survive your initiation ritual to the Fire Rats, you are the unclean one that needs to be cleaned by the stars. Who are the Nine Femmes, the Nine Tails? Is the family of the Mezzers? There's no nine families. It's just they're called the Nine Tails because of nine-tailed foxes. They're Nine Tails are they're appropriating East Asian culture, specifically Japanese culture. The best way of explaining the Nine Tails is they see themselves as the descendants of the Yakuza. Yakuza. This is weird saying it. Yakuza. They're sort of a 30th century Yakuza. They're space weaves, yeah. What's the drops? It's a new armor set that's going to kick off on November 20th. Yeah, they'll do the 20th. It'll happen on the 20th to the 3rd. Yeah, Xenothreat are the ones who might be Mezzers. Yeah, the Kitsune. Or Kitsune, I don't know how to say it. Japanese pronunciation can do better than I can. Yeah, it's a reskin of the Geist armor. Kitsune. Well, it's similar to like French, Spanish, and Italian with Latin. Like the same mythological creature in Japan exists in Korea and in China with various different variations, but almost like a nine-tailed trickster fox with a lot of power. That is a consistent theme throughout of them because the culture spread like that from China out to Japan. All right. Ooh. The Ninetails are furries? Space weebs. The thing about the Ninetails, and this is one of those things about CIG's writing style, we don't know the backstory of the Ninetails. But what CIG has said is there is a backstory for the Nine Tails. And you're like, oh, well, why are they acting? You don't know. We'll tell you later, maybe. You know. Let's keep going. In spite of dangerous conditions, numerous mining operations set up shop in Nix 1 when they got word of what had been found there. And within 50 years, much of the planet's material wealth had been shipped off to Killian to help supply the Empire's ongoing war efforts. This is for the Second Devaran War. Profits eventually slowed thanks to constant wear and tear on the mining equipment from the searing heat, and one by one the mining companies left for greener pastures. By 2630, Nix 1 had been mostly abandoned. Centuries later, there may be a new hope for Nix 1. In 2954, Genesis Terraforming began using their newly developed suite of terraforming platforms to scrub the previously irremovable toxins from the planet's atmosphere and replace them with the right balance of oxygen and nitrogen. This groundbreaking technology is the first of its kind and has the potential to solve the mystery that has been plaguing science since the advent of planetary colonization: how to terraform smog planets. If successful, worlds long thought uninhabitable such as Baker 2, Kano 3, or even Sol 2 could be placed on the path to habitability. So, this is CIG solving a problem by creating more problems. Yeah, the backstory is we don't want to have to retcon this, so we're waiting this time, basically, yeah. They're actually doing the wildlines, so each faction is going to start getting its own unique wildlines. Hey, Paul, what does coreless mean, and why doesn't it get fixed? As far as I understand, coreless means that it has a solid core or an inactive core, which means there is little to no magnetic field behind it. So yeah, as you're pointing out, Iris, they don't fucking deal with the problem of coreless. As far as I know, you can't terraform a coreless world because it doesn't have a core, which means it doesn't have a magnetic field. And didn't solve the problem of it not being in the green zone. Yeah. So they already fucked this up by trying to explain it. This is where It's a Video Game comes in. Here's the problem with It's a Video Game for this sort of thing. As long as it's consistent, it doesn't matter. But CIG has gone out of their way to, in detail, describe the green band of every single system. And go into detail about planets and how they function. Yeah, they should have just retconned the core and moved it. That would have been the simplest solution. And this is where Nyx is going wrong. It feels like CIG doesn't want to change Nyx at all, whilst changing Nyx 1. And it's driving me insane. It's like, just fucking retcon it. It's not in the game yet. Fucking retcon it. The only way I can think of the reason why they haven't done this is because they have already built several missions that require Nyx 1 to be where it is, and they just have to fucking go for it. Effectively, they have to make the best of a bad situation they were handed a pile of dog shit, and they have to make it work. Because the people who are making the Genesis tech don't give a fuck about narrative because that's not their job. Their job is to make cool shit. And it's the job of the narrative to make it work. So narrative already has too much shit that they've made that they can't go back on. So they're just going to have to deal with bad writing in order to get it to work. Then put it in Castor first. Go tell that to Chris Roberts. It's too late. The fucking Pandora's box has been opened and they can't close it. Because the problem comes down to, yeah, only people like we are aware of it anyways. Most people won't know it changed. The problem is that it sets up a established lore. Like I've always said, and a lot of people have always said, as long as a universe is consistent with its own rules, it doesn't fucking matter. And in fact, if you have consistent with those rules, you can then take those rules and use them as interesting storytelling techniques once you have those rules in place. But now they have thrown 3 fucking rules out the goddamn window, and now there's going to be questions. Unless they keep it consistent, like, now why isn't Nyx 2 terraformed if Nyx 1 is terraformed? CR won't allow this, but will allow this, but won't allow next. Yeah. Deadass, why not Castra first if they're doing this? We want to put all things, just do Castra. Velocity, I am not Chris Roberts. I am not CIG. I couldn't tell you anything other than CIG wanted to do Genesis and Nyx, maybe because they didn't want to double up the work. I don't fucking know. The only reason I can think of is that Nyx was far enough along that they didn't want to have to redo all of the planets with the new tech, because they already saw, hey, this system is such a disruptive system that we're going to have to rebuild the planets from scratch if we want to do the old planets. And it'll fuck with all of the old systems that they have for, like, settlement, the new settlement, like, distribution thing. Star Fab or whatever it's called. And so they're like, fuck. Well, we can test it out with Nyx 1 instead of having to do everything else. And we can take Nyx 1 and make it a habitable world, so we can have a place where gameplay can happen, where people can build bases on a habitable world that is not in the UEE systems, but is itself a is itself still a safe system, medium sec. You know, it's all of this seems to be putting towards gameplay being king and like long-term directions for that. But that means that the narrative has to go. But for whatever fucking reason, they don't want to drop their goddamn narrative. Probably because they've already hired actors, recorded lines, done mocap, done everything they were supposed to for those narratives. And so for whatever reason, it has to be a coreless world in order outside of the green zone. And they're just going to say, fuck it, we ball. And release Nyx 1.0 Nyx terraforming fails? I don't think so, because I think they're going to keep it around for 1.0 simply because they want to give it, because when 1.0 launches, there's only 5 systems. Terra, Pyro, Stanton, Nyx, and Castra. Of those systems, 3 are, three are, 3 are UEE, and 2 are lawless, but 1 is hyper lawless violent, and the other is neutral lawless. So they wanted to have a place that wasn't UEE system, that wasn't hyper violent, and Nyx is the best place to do that. And they'll want they want people to be able to build bases in that system. And as the narrative currently shakes out, basically before this terraforming, all of the rocks of Nyx suck. 4.4 has all the PAL's laws. It's basically the UEE. That's because it's just copy paste. But I mean, the idea in terms of their design is that it's the UEE for people who don't like the UEE. I worry empty systems would be few and far between for gameplay. That was always the indication. That's the reason why the 100 systems they had, there was only a handful of empty systems. Despite reality? What are you talking about, despite reality? A lot of people want empty systems. You're not going to get it. Not until well after 1.0 leaves or releases. I don't know anything about lore, but in my head, the system with Vandul would be more dangerous than a system with gangs. The system with... It's not a system with Vandul. The Vandul system is Virgil. It's Vandul raid into Nyx, but they don't own Nyx. It's not like a Vandul base in Nyx or anything like that. I say that, and it probably is now, but... Well, yeah. Reality, like, not much sustaining life out there, as we can see, like, in real world or in terms of Star Citizen universe. We don't have a clue about Vandal infrastructure in any capacity, do we? No. Yeah, so like the threat is that the system might fall to the Vandal, which is the whole plot line of 2026. I mean, the thing with the Vandal, though, is that they come in, loot is good, and they basically peak harvest, basically at peak harvest points. When there's a culmination, but it takes a long time, yeah. The game doesn't have to be realistic, it has to be internally consistent. Yeah, that's my point. And that's why Nyx 1 continues to be a fucking problem. Because unless they're going to explain how a planet can be terraformed without a fucking magnetic field to keep the star from blowing away its atmosphere, I don't fucking know what they're doing. And I know people are like, oh, well, then they'll just make it barren and lifeless by 1.0. It's like, that's a lot of work for a storyline that will then effectively take all of that world that they just made and turn it into non-habitable and shit and make it so that nobody has a non-UEE alternative to somewhat safe system. Right, because realism. No, because of consistency. It's internal consistency. They say specifically it is a coreless world, and we know that coreless worlds don't have magnetic spheres. We also know that it's not in the green zone because they've showed us that the green zone, and they've said that green zone is where you can terraform worlds. So if both of those aren't true, then why can't you do coreless worlds that aren't in green zones in every other planet turn them into paradises? There's no reason why that wouldn't happen. So now you throw into question everything else that's like that. Now there is can they move and give it a core? They could. But they doubled down. They had the option to change it, and they doubled down. The only thing I can imagine with regards to the coreless issue is that they figured out a way to adapt their planet tech shield tech to be eventually replace the natural magnetic field. Then they should say that. But then they also have the problem that it's not in the green zone. So how can you make a world livable not in the green zone? It's either too hot or too cold. Unless that shield tech also solves the problem. But then again, you have to explain that. That is something you have to explain. Because you leave a gigantic hole in the logic. I mean, you could have atmosphere, it would just float away. It can't be explained, but you have to do that. Yeah, that's the point. This is not a problem with you doing it. It's a problem the CIG has to, and every time they've had a chance to do it, they fuck it up. I'm not saying they need to have an answer to every single question. I'm saying these are glaringly obvious problems that set up issues for logical consistency in their storytelling. I'm willing to accept a minor retcon of replacement of different planets and Nicks. Everyone is. Nobody gives a shit. No one knows what the fucking planets are. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not saying you need to make this work with the lore you have right now. I'm saying, fucking, if you're given a pile of dog shit, turn it into fertilizer. Don't just eat it. Because right now they're just eating dog shit instead of trying to make it work. We keep making the mistake of doing CIG's job. I mean, I'm sure the CIG developers listen to things that we do and go, oh yeah, sure, we can use that context. And who knows? Maybe the developers want to do something, but for whatever reason, Chris Roberts is like, no, not gonna happen. And so they're just like, but it's not fucking logical. We need to fix this. No, you're doing this. And he's the boss, so you just do whatever Chris says. So you need to have people like me being like, Chris, you're a fucking idiot. This is a fucking bad writing, the gigantic writing hole. Fix the problem. For them to go, see, you're getting your ass kicked. Please fix it. No, the new lore is the reason is they found a way to clean the air. Yeah, basically to replace it. I know my decision was the most important decision for you, but for me it was a Tuesday. The difference is that I could walk away. Other people can walk away too. It'd be like turning Pyro into a Mezzer faction controlling it just cause. Yeah, it's a jarring change that doesn't make any sense. When they can just go. It's further away from the star than originally is, so it's in the green zone. It has a core, but it was just too nasty to try to deal with. Too hot and too nasty to deal with. This was on the edge of the green band, so they fixed it. Like, boom, done. I think in the grand scheme, it's a minor thing that only us super Star Citizen nerds will care about. Yes, but also it's a matter of storytelling. I've said this before, but this is a symptom of a wider problem that Star Citizen has, which is at some point, probably really quickly, they're going to have to establish canon. Because they have to build out a story that people need to get invested in. And if there's these gigantic holes in their basic plot, in their basic world building, it'll be very difficult to get people to buy into that storytelling. Right now, I am the only person outside of like CIG themselves that even puts this information out. It is so bad that people need to watch a fucking video on YouTube to know what's going on in the story of Star Citizen and can't just figure it out themselves by playing the fucking game. That is a fucking problem. Especially if you want narrative, which they do, to be a big part of their game. And they're about to release a gigantic narrative game that's 30 hours long next year, according to their own estimates. And right now, they've proven zero ability to tell a fucking narrative in a cohesive pattern. That is a red fucking flag. So, like, what happens when people have, when people play Squadron 42, get invested in the characters and the universe, because obviously they want them to, because it's a video game that they want people to enjoy, in this cinematic experience, and then say, oh, there's this MMO you can go play, it's set in the same universe. And then they get there and it's dog ass because it has nothing to do with the story of Squadron. It doesn't feel like it's in the same universe as Squadron. And it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, Squadron is going to have to set the universe in place. And there's going to be things that will be established in Squadron that they cannot change just by waving a magic wand and saying, well, it's time has passed, so things have changed. It's like, you have to explain that shit because people will get pissed. Like, Proper Variant Precipice, Variant Pedestrian. This is your fault. You aren't drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How you doing, buddy? I have no idea what the Drake Clipper is. Yeah, the problem isn't the planet for me. It's the fact that it has to be a major point of contention between the UE and Levski. It could be good, but it's a massive change and needs to be treated as so. Yeah. Thanks, Dad. So, Nix 1 being terraformed includes the movement of 2 large asteroids into place around the planet, creating 2 moons, an orbit that pulled and pushed the planet, causing the core to get back. That's fine, but then they have to say that. That's my point. It's not that we can come up with reasons till the cows come home. They could put a gigantic fucking laser in orbit and shoot it down into the sky, into the planet, to reheat up the core and make it spin. They could drill a giant hole and drop a goddamn big bomb down it to restart it. I don't give a fuck how it happens, as long as it happens. So we're just talking about how Nix 1 is a symptom of a wider problem that CIG has, which is effectively they don't give a shit about being narratively consistent, and because they don't give a shit about being narratively consistent, they're risking long-term buy-in from their players. Sorry, buddy. Hope you feel better. Thank you for bringing everybody here. Of course, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't even realize it. Y'all got me ranting on Nix 1. Hashtag Texas peeps. I'm ranting about the Redeemer next. Okay, I'm spent on the Redeemer. It's up to, that's the same problem with CIG. It's up to them to fix it. I'll give them some time, but they don't have a good explanation for the time Nix 1 is in game. I'm going to find a way to make them a meme of this. Yeah. Someone got Paul to talk about Nix 1 again, and he's got an axe to grind. It's more that they literally just updated the lore and made it worse. Like... Because they had nothing, no explanation, and then they're like, okay, so here's our new explanation. And I'm like, is this a fucking second draft explanation? Did anyone review this? Did they force Dave Haddock at gunpoint to write this down? All right, Paul, I have my true question. When is my dating sim and Star Citizen? I haven't made it yet. Patience. After I do everything else I want to do. Maybe they can't use your idea because it's yours, and so all your ideas are blocked due to your ownership of them. They have to sit in the corner in the chair and watch you do their story while they wish they could do. That's not the case. I think they're drip feeding their new lore, and it isn't getting better. That's not how copyright works. The collective might of every Idris K owner they sold was focused on the surface of Nyx 1. Like, I am not against retcons, and I love goofy fucking lore, all right? I'm a 40K fan. Give me some goofy shit, okay? If they have a comically sized laser that shoots a gigantic beam into the core of the planet to restart it, I'm here for it. All I ask is that you keep that giant fucking laser in space around Nyx 1 so we could go by it and say, when people say, what the fuck is that? And you go, it's a giant laser that reheated the core. How did it do it? I don't fucking know. Space magic, man. It's a giant laser. CNG got Nick Cage to detonate an antimatter bomb inside Nyx 1's core. Yes. Not just that, Astra's a 40K orc fan. Yeah. That's what the Orion is for the Astra. Yeah. Yes, exactly. But we know, like, for instance, they've used art assets with a giant laser firing down to a planet to try to terraforming it in Broken Moon. They could easily reuse that asset, scale it up to comical proportions, and leave it in space. Hell, that could be a hilariously interesting planet feature. Like, maybe something is wrong with it, and we have to keep it running to keep the planet rolling. And there's this giant borehole that's just constantly, a laser's constantly firing into this giant hole to keep the core working. So it's just a place where you just sit there and just see this beam descending from the heavens, like... Why need to heat the core? Because the core is dead. It's coreless, basically. CNG would love to reuse that Hathor asset one more time. Shit, exactly. It is a maidenless planet. Paul just cracked the code because this whole year has been reused assets. I mean, based off of what I've read here, they're reusing assets from Squadron for Nyx 1. When you go to Nyx 1, there will be these gigantic platforms of terraforming platforms, which are the same platforms we see in Squadron. That we saw in that one clip of them saying, oh, those are terraformers. Yeah, we'll see those same ones. They'll be colored different. They'll make them slightly different with some colors. That's it. These ones are green, which is why they're different. because there'll be remnants of the recent terraforming. So you'll be able to see them dotted in space around the planet. I'll make you Corliss. Don't threaten me with a good time, Viper. I know the squadron pull you're talking about, Del. I know. Bear Owl, it doesn't really matter. Like the issue comes down to coreless worlds are even a theoretical concept. They're not real that we know of. They're just a theoretical planet that might exist at some point. We don't have any evidence of coreless worlds. But there's a lot in Star Citizen lore. I mean, for that, Star Citizen had been short on true sci-fi spectacle for a while. Now, Levski felt like its first future superstructures so far. Yeah. And again, what made the borehole in Levski? Giant fucking laser. Mars is in a coreless world. It's theorized that its core may be dormant, that it may be a dead core, but it has a core. It has a nickel iron core. Yeah, but it has a core, yeah. With enough space dads, we can terraform anything. I'm gonna call it there, y'all. Damn it. I gotta fucking edit this thing for this weekend. No, they're not happening until the 20th. I was just going over the how Twitch drops work and talking about the controversy around it.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Hey, always the order. Thank you so much for watching me on YouTube.
Never.
I gotta get that ASD video done. That's why I was complaining. I should have ended this earlier.
Game.
Senale just resubscribed for 61 months.
Thank you so much for the 61 months of support. Dear Senale, you're very important, public, very precipice of any pedestrian. This is your fault. Use run drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The last thing I'll say, it's ridiculous, it's stupid, and because of that, I think it's wonderful. There is no core in Nyx 1. So what do? They give it a core. They take a very high metallic asteroid, bore into the center of the planet, throw the fucking asteroid into the center of the planet, and then heat it up with that same laser so it starts spinning to give it a core. Is it stupid and way overcomplicated? Yes. Is it in line with 80s science fiction mega bullshit? Absolutely. And you know what? CIG, this is for free. That is how you get it to work. Yeah, just that would be a fantastic way of bringing in. You should have a mission where your job is to go gather resources to deliver at a station where you can where they're going to fling the fucking asteroid into the center of the world to ignite the core. All right, y'all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.